Zach, this is Crystal Palace. Inc. is declared DEFCON 3. Scramble all alert.
Favorite plate.
Your favorite plate. Thank you. Thank you. Just for the record, what is the favorite plate?
Penis. Soup of penis.
Soup of penis. Thank you.
Every spacefaring race has two things in common. First, they all have a food identical to what humans call Swedish meatballs.
2 egg mayonnaise, a prawn gerbils, a Herman Goring, and 4 colded salads.
What's the matter? The food ain't that bad, baby.
What's wrong?
Not again.
No. Not again.
No! No cheese. It's celery, apples, walnuts, grapes.
Right.
In mayonnaise.
Right. Now, come on.
What is it? Well, it's,
Green.
it's green.
Hippias claw. This is heart of Targ. This, of course, is Gog.
Gog?
It is green.
You put basil in the ratatouille? Yes!
See, there you have it. You're doing it all wrong. You gotta open your throat, relax your jaw.
Don't forget to cover.
Would you care for a rat? Just the biscuits then, please, Polly.
What was it we had for dinner tonight?
Well, we had a choice, steak, fish.
Yes, I remember. I had lasagna.
To these United States, our 2 great nations have begun what we...
This taker once tried to test me. I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti.
hope will be a long... Not only economically...
I don't remember eating that.
I feel better now, thank you. It's that raw fish odor. It makes... Oh, God.
You find him, please. I would love to eat his cookies with some fava beans and a nice chilled fresca.
Cream? No, thank you. I take it black. Like my man.
I massage hearts and brains. Yeah. I'm an organ guy. Come on, man. I'll massage your liver with a nice Chianti.
What a wonderful view.
Gene? Sorbet? I ate some of their brains. Oh, and I tried to cook a little.
Chilled a monkey brain.
Give me the strongest thing you got.
Hey, do you still want that milkshake?
Of course. To go.
Rat. This is a rat burger.
You're delicious. I prefer my Solarian liver served raw.
He is correct. It was a delicacy in our cycle.
In his belly, you will find a new definition of pain and suffering as you are slowly digested over 1,000 years.
Have some more chicken, have some more pie. It doesn't matter if it's boiled or fried, just eat it. Life is a spectacle.
Hey, girl. What's for lunch, huh?
Oh, fuck me running every time.
I have cake.
I'm fine for cake.
Put the spoon in your mouth like a normal human being, you degenerate.
There's cocaine in it.
I think York was a suicide. She was on to something.
Oh, something is more like it. You know those wilderness girls' cookies with laced with cocaine.
No wonder I couldn't eat just one.
How sweet. Dark meat.
Just got
ask, what does human flesh taste like?
Chicken.
Silent Green is people! We gotta stop them! Stop.
What? I don't like the onions. I just like the fried circles.
I am here, standing here on the northern flank, on the eastern flank, talking about what we have in terms of the eastern flank and our NATO allies, and what is at stake at this very moment.
We have a launch detection. We have a Soviet launch detection.
That's exactly what they'll be expecting us to do.
Welcome everybody.
Don't let the bomb cuddles get you on the way out.
Guten Abend.
Time I say, you're like, why should I care? And I'm like, well, there's these bad things that are happening, and all you give me is whataboutism. What about America? What about America? And
Right.
I'll say, listen, Kurt, I agree with you. America does bad shit.
Who made that up?
But you know what we're not doing? We're not putting entire groups of people in fucking concentration camps. Like
not yet.
Killing off all our political opponents and not allowing people to protest.
Yeah, that actually does happen.
Or any of the are you
In
are you
Canada? Were they killed? Were they disappeared? That's why I don't understand why you have this binary thinking. Why is it that I can say yes, America does bad, but all you can give me is what about America? What about America?
Yes,
and you can't look at the rest of the world and say, wow, there's way fucking worse monsters out there, and sometimes it's better that America
No, I
has
can't.
a strong presence in the world.
Yeah, no, I can't. I haven't seen the good done from it all. Whataboutism is pointing out
We're
hypocrisy.
having this conversation. We literally couldn't have this fucking conversation in Russia or China.
Like they can censor you for that. That's crazy. So
we're
let's
getting
say an
back
election.
on whataboutism, but
Yeah, that's a stupid fucking term. I don't know why anyone says it other than they want to just
because it's a logical fallacy.
Well,
it's a fucking hypocrisy.
Well, it also has nothing.
What did I walk into?
Nothing. It's not a.
We're fighting again, but it's okay.
Oh, having a bickering. Yeah, I'm going.
Listen, we're a married couple. We're having a spat.
Oh, you don't have to tell me as well. I can't even tell you. I can't even tell you about my partner Kyle and our.
Oh, really?
Do tell. I watched.
Okay, I have no idea how long it takes for this to actually start. Shall we skip ahead a little bit?
Sounds like gay niggers.
See if the other guy gets on screen. Come on.
So they're
There he
neocons,
is.
basically.
Some shit somewhere because I haven't seen it happen yet.
Yeah, I guess presumably CG is familiar with Adam Unfriended, right?
Only vaguely.
He's appeared numerous times on numerous CG streams, I believe. So anyway, and the Sitch dude, I think he's one of the YouTube skeptic people. Maybe, I don't know. Looks like it based on the avatar. And he hangs out with the EFAP crew quite a bit.
They like
And-
Mahler and his guys, but
Yeah.
they hang out with a lot of dumb people.
Yes, they do. A lot of leftist shitbags. Thought this was food related. Well, when has it been so far?
Oh, Adam Friended was in one live stream where they shat on Smiller, and Smiller was on with EBS.
Adam Unfriended is the premier fence-sitting guy, only not as liked. Anyway, this video, they are debating Kurt Metzger.
Yeah, I know who Kurt Metzger is, unfortunately.
I don't.
He's an idiot. That's all you
Okay.
need to know. This is
Okay,
basically...
so this is a debate between two idiots and one idiot.
That's correct. It's two retarded neocons and a faggot leftist. A literal
maybe you-
faggot, not leftist, actually. He's gay.
Could argue, I guess, Serbia. I think there's probably an argument for that, but it's almost like a fluke. If
Anyone
something
else
good comes
notice
out
he
of us
sounds like
showing up.
Anthony?
The last-
Yes. I thought that's who it was when he wasn't on screen.
Yeah, legitimately. I thought it was Anthony when he wasn't on screen. I'm like, what the fuck? Why does this guy sound like Anthony? And then I look at him, he's like a gay Anthony.
20 years have been a fucking debacle. They cost all this fucking money, and then meanwhile, the debate, like, we just had a pandemic where they're like cutting healthcare workers, and they're like, well, there's not enough beds. You're like, well, why wouldn't you make sure there's enough beds since you knew a pandemic's coming? Well, because a private capital runs all the hospitals.
See, look, he's already mixing the two. I knew he would do it.
Well, what's mixing is that it's not like, all that shit. What's the rich people club, Davos, where they say these crazy things that sound like a conspiracy when you repeat them to people, but it's not a conspiracy. They openly say it. That's what it is. It's like the people that I just know a bunch of people. Like I know a bunch of people that are rich. A good friend of mine got rich literally taking jobs out of America. And his whole thing is like, yeah, no, Americans want too much money and they're lazy. And like, I don't really think of myself I'm like a global citizen. That's not uncommon. That's how a bunch of people think. They think of it. They think globally as in, I don't care about. That's like
to globalists.
Right. So that's what I don't even look at. Like I said, I don't really look at capitalism versus communism. Or
One thing I have to say before this fucking really pops off, Sitch, it's possible to be anti-globalist and be a nationalist without wanting to use your military to police the entire fucking world. Being a neocon is not. You're not an honorable person. You want to enforce your views on the rest of the world under the barrel of a gun. That is unacceptable. If Muslims want to fucking murder each other, let them. Who gives a shit? It's their problem.
I think it's more like feudalism now. It's getting more and more towards that, where it doesn't matter how you feel about capitalism. You're the little people. The people who made it to the top are going to shut the door and make sure you have some kind of bizarre, futuristic like UBI that they control how you spend it, and you're going to eat bugs and shit, and they're going to fucking live it up. And because they know that this shit's not sustainable if everybody does it. So now it's time we make sure the other little people can't ever get what we have. So that's like so top down. It's not left right. I mean, that's my basic worldview as of now.
I'll answer the question, even though I do think it's mostly not applicable to the Ukraine-Russia situation, or not as important. And the answer I would give you is, imagine if Joe Biden was president for life.
Well, that's really weird. I don't know what this is going to look like on the. Everybody Love Cthulhu is correct. On YouTube, the video quality of the video we're UFAPing is absolute dog shit. But it looks fine in StreamYard. So I don't know whether StreamYard's going to record it as it appears in StreamYard, or if it's going to look like the output on YouTube. Probably the output on YouTube is probably, but you're not missing anything. I mean, they're ugly and stupid. So
is there such a thing as a leftist who isn't ugly and stupid?
It's yes.
And let's be clear, gentlemen. That's what neocons are. They're leftists masquerading as conservatives.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that called controlled opposition?
Yes. Yes,
Part
it
of?
is.
Yes, our lovely mono parties. Yeah. Spelling correction. Okay.
Openly killed Donald Trump and any political opponents he had, poisoned them, arrested Bill Gates and Elon Musk and threw them in jail and took over his companies and then gave them to people in his cabinet. And imagine if Hunter Biden was the CEO of Shell Oil. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
That's Russia.
That's
and so
low,
it's
that's
weird.
Right. That's low-end white people, but
it's weird to compare that situation to what.
Oh God. Yep. All stupid. They were pro-war Democrats. His dads were commies. Yes. Mitt Romney and the Bushes are perfect examples of what neocons are, disgusting people. Yep.
Yes, exactly.
I love how these days the fucking left is bitching about, they're against Trump supporters or whatever, and they keep on being like, "Oh yeah, you're mad about our side doing this, but George Bush did it," and it's like, yeah, and I hated it when he did it too, you motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Pro-Vietnam War. This private company can do whatever it wants. Elon Musk, okay, I'll buy it.
Yep.
the problems in America.
Why we got Julian Assange is still in fucking prison. I don't know.
You
why
think you think someone who gave out state secrets, regardless of whether you think he should be in jail or not, is comparable to just arresting the richest
gave
man
out
in the
what-
country and taking his business because he's rich?
Wait, what are the state secrets? The torturing and the fucking murder we were doing over there? What do you mean
Yes.
state secrets?
What about us seizing the private assets of Russian citizens?
Which we both Canada and the U.S. have been doing for a decade or more.
I'm sure you're not allowed to talk about it on YouTube, but how about the fairly obvious assassinations that went on in the last
Extrajudicial. Well, look at the fucking extrajudicial. I cannot talk today.
Yes.
Extrajudicial.
Yes, that.
Assassinations that fucking Obama in chief got up to.
Yep.
Look at all the people he just outright murdered because he could.
Yeah, that shouldn't be a secret. That's
I don't disagree
outrageous.
with you, but that's
So-
not comparable.
The people that Putin, I just watch that guy Jake Train. If you watch his videos, they're pretty good. But he had a whole thing about how the oligarchs disappear. First of all,
exactly.
I always joke, I always joke about this. I don't literally think it should be, but because China has that. Like in China, there's not really a reason to be a billionaire over a millionaire because what are you going to buy more fucking cheap Chinese shit? What are you going to do? You can't influence the government or you'll fucking disappear for 3 weeks. And I would be, my joke is like, don't make me love you, China, because I would love if Bill Gates, I didn't see his stupid fuck. But obviously that can't be the law. That's just my emotions about because all the news.
You want the government to disappear, Bill Gates.
What I want is I don't want to, but our government is so craven and bought out on every fucking level. And like, I don't even know how people buy into this Democrat versus Republican puppet show.
Yes,
all they got to do is
exactly.
trot out some
Exactly, dude, man.
thing with abortion. Neither one of them wants to win that. They want to have that as the thing to bring out because hardly anybody votes, right? Not enough people vote because they don't believe in it. Like,
well, last time more people voted than existed in some places. You got 120% turnout. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I never.
I genuinely despise these people. Both sides of the aisle. I don't like leftists and I don't like neocons. I say both sides of the aisle.
Yeah,
but
they're all on one side of the aisle.
They're all on exactly. They're all on one side of the aisle. Neocons and leftists are the exact same kind of people. They have no morality. They're only interested in profit, their own profit. You cannot be a neocon and be a moral person. It's simply not possible. Just like you can.
Putin. Love when Odie would be putting it in.
Like I haven't hated many people in my life because it's not worth the effort. But holy fuck, I just genuinely dislike neocons and leftists. There are a couple neocons and leftists that I genuinely hate, but the number of people I hate numbers less than 10. Like, cause it takes a pretty shitty human being for me to go, yeah, I hate you and I want you to die.
Well,
I hate a lot of people. I hate politicians of every kind. And
Politicians
and journalists.
That's a misnomer. Politicians are not people.
Yeah.
People are flawed. People are redeemable. Politicians are the most corrupt pieces of trash on the planet. They're not human. I learned that very early in life, unfortunately. I learned that politicians are not humans. The moment they began seeking power, they were like, oh, I want more of this. And that's just not the human condition. I don't believe in demonic possession. But if I were to believe in demonic possession, I'd say politicians are largely possessed people. But since I don't believe in demonic possession...
That's interesting. Why don't you?
I've never seen evidence of it.
I think the explanation that...
I think humans, like, I honestly think demons are a metaphor for, like, bad humans. I don't think demons exist. I think we are the demons.
Interesting.
I think corrupt human beings are the demons described. Yes.
Sorry, what?
I'm not gonna lie. I celebrated when that piece of shit died. Also, yes, psychopaths do rise to the top. You're not wrong, dude, man. Unfortunately.
I loved it when Madeleine Albright died.
Who's that? I don't know that name.
An asshole human
She
being.
was, who was she? She was Secretary of State under Clinton? Is that who she was? I think.
Oh, see, I don't know who your secondary politicians are. I largely only know who your presidents were.
I believe that she's the one that was quoted as talking about how great it was that we killed 1 million innocent Iraqi civilians.
Oh, I've seen that. I've seen that clip. That bitch was evil for sure.
Yeah, that was her.
She was highly responsible for the Kosovo thing in 1998.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. I mean, I'm not surprised. Yes, that exactly correct. Einbrecht. Politicians.
That's why Serbians
Screw
celebrate
those Iraqi civilians.
I mean, I legitimately don't have a problem with Iraqi civilians. I don't tend to like some of the dumb shit they get up to, like throwing the gays off roofs. But at the end of the day, if they want to kill each other, it's
As
their
long
right.
as they do it over there.
Exactly. As long as they do it over there, not in our area, it's not my fucking problem, and it's not our place to police them. And if leftist shitbags like neocons and other leftists want to fucking pretend that it's our business to police them, well, all right. I guess we're just.
I am working on a new Liam intro, by the way, for those streams, which will include his offer to buy your docs. So, just so you know.
We need intros where Liam fucking threatens to fucking go after everyone and shit like that, just because Liam. I wasn't joking when I said the other day that I intend to crush him with the truth. That I intend to absolutely destroy his morale and make him feel like the useless idiot that we all know him to be. That wasn't me joking. I'm serious when I say that shit, Liam. You gotta go away. For good.
Conquer them, take their oil, convert them to Christianity, and culture. Well, if you could manage that, except the conquering was easy, and then we weren't willing to take their oil. Like, you can't afford to have an empire if you're not willing to be true imperialists and steal other people's shit. Because that's how you afford an empire.
That's correct.
And yes, converting them to Christianity would have been a net positive for them. But I don't think any serious efforts were made there.
Problem is, not every country wants 330,000 different genders and all the leftist bullshit we have in Western civilization. They look at us and they laugh their ass off in Pakistan and whatnot. Yeah.
I mean, technically speaking, it wasn't hidden, Elasmat. It's just Testy kept saying no jihad to Edward and I. So it was never really on showcase. And now that Testy's gone and no longer here to say no jihad, I'm just like, yeah, fuck it. Maybe I'll jihad a little.
Voted. I was Jehovah's Witness, so I've never believed in.
Because I respected Testy. I largely just didn't want to get him in trouble, and because I was associated with him.
But he doesn't respect the rest of us, so fuck it.
Oh no, I love you guys, but I love you guys, but I don't respect you. I'm kidding. No, these fucking weirdos. Like Kurt Metzger, he can be funny from time to time. Like I've seen some of his stand-up, and legitimately he tells the occasional joke that is actually funny. He's a rare example of a leftist that can be entertaining. But yeah. He's I agree with him on very little, but I do agree with him that fucking neocon shit needs to fucking end. Like he's absolutely correct about that. Uh-oh. Oh, that wasn't me. I didn't get Discord messaged.
Sorry.
But I can't believe now. Now I feel like when I grew up, I lived in like the Matrix, and now everybody lives in Matrix Resurrections, which is like a shittier Matrix. That's what it feels like to me. So I'm just like, I don't want the hypocrisy, the amount. First of all, I just talked to a guy from the CIA. I never even heard of this guy. There's a guy who used to be in the CIA who was the one that exposed waterboarding. And you know what happened to that guy? He did 6 years in prison. That's what happens to a whistleblower on a thing when we were torturing people. Okay. So what we torture people, is that as bad or worse than poisoning? Like what makes it worse?
You don't think the Russians are, of course, Russians, they torture people. They're just arresting people for protesting.
Why were we right? I remember us torturing people and then seeing all the people in charge and the media making excuses for why it's good.
I don't know that the Russian protesters were backed by Soros, but if they were, then it's actually a net positive that they get arrested.
And then a TV series coming out to kind of make you think like I remember Jack Bauer. They would bring it up every fucking. We need more of Jack Bauer. He doesn't.
Yes,
care.
I remember that. Yes.
This isn't my
ridiculous.
point. I heard Dana Gould say this a long time ago. I thought it was a good point about it, where he goes, they used to do those stupid questions like, the bomb's going to go off in the city where your loved ones are. Are you going to torture the guy? You got 10 minutes to find out. And Dana Gould's like, well, of course we're going to torture. Don't worry. What these ghouls wanted was to make it legal to do it. So I assume the government's going to torture people. What is
there's an embargo on
Academy.
Australia? No books will be shipped without them paying a tariff.
Well, that's not an embargo. Embargo means you don't allow anything to happen.
Yeah, because what the fuck? Who's the fuck is Oz?
No Australian books will be shipped. At least that's how I read that.
Oh, see, the punctuation screwed me the fuck up.
Why is the last minute going by Kurt Metzger?
I mean, Elasminet's much more handsome than Kurt Metzger.
Adam Unprinted is your favorite streamer? Wow.
I think he's joking. I legitimately think Mr. Yanafu is joking. Sound weapons. Yes, sound weapons, they've been using shit like that for a long time. Look at what are they called? I can't ADL, area denial. No, it's not ADL. It's I think it's
not Anti-Defamation League. What?
No. Fuck the Adult Diaper League. It's like ADS. I think it's area denial system or something like that. But what it is it's essentially like I can't remember if it's a sound weapon or if it's a heat weapon.
It's both. Well, there are both. I believe there's a sound weapon and there's also a microwave weapon.
Yeah.
Which makes you feel like you're on fire.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about. It makes your skin feel like it's essentially on fire, and it just completely fucks you up.
Yeah, that's so much better than arresting people.
Yeah, it's like, because fuck that bullshit. Like, they're both Irish potatoes to me.
Make it like it's good or like a fight. Like, if we have to torture someone because of that situation, it should still be illegal. And if I was the guy in charge and I broke the law because I didn't know what else to do, and I take the full weight of what I did, and you should do whatever. And obviously that's asking a lot of a politician, but the laws against torture are just to, make it less than it would normally be. It's going to be a lot.
Well, if I will acknowledge, because I agree with you, that I don't think our country should be torturing people, and that it's horrible, and that the cover-up for it was horrible, and all these people should
don't
be
have a
arrested
problem with
and all that
torture.
stuff, and this all should be
Like,
legal.
straight
If I
up.
agree to all that, can you agree?
Like, if people are going to do fucking, and I'm not talking about people that fuck with the state. I'm talking about if people are going to legitimately murder citizens and just be genuinely evil shitbags, I have no problem with using torture to find out who their allies are. None whatsoever. If you are going to be evil, then evil must be done to you in order to suss out what you've been up to, who's been at it with you. And I'm sorry if retards like these guys don't fucking like that. The moment you begin attacking the populace and treating them like enemy combatants, I'm out, man. I'm out. I don't care what happens to you.
Well, I think it's debatable whether or not torture is really effective method of interrogation.
I mean,
torture somebody and they tend to be willing to say whatever you want them to say. You know, including untrue things, if it's what will get you to stop torturing them. So,
there are ways to get around that, but yeah.
That we have a spectrum of goodness to badness, and on that spectrum, the way Putin runs the government is way more worse than what's going on in America, even though bad things still happen in America.
I guess I live in America. What do I give it? This is the other thing I don't.
Well, this is the opening question you asked me.
Okay. I guess if you want to say we're the lesser of two evils, certainly. I'm not.
Well, that's all reality, isn't it?
Yeah, but
we're not though. I mean, we're not the lesser of two evils. We're the greater of two evils. Because we're fucking over the entire world, and Putin's basically just fucking over himself, or well, I mean, his country and his nearest neighbor.
Yeah.
Oh God, yes. Unfortunately, I wish I hadn't.
Wait, Ethan Ralph has a double boob. What the fuck, Jabba? Show me. Why have I missed this? What happened?
It's in Discord.
Yep.
It's in Discord. No.
I first thought it was Foodie Beauty.
Yeah, I just fucking dropped my device like a shithead. Oh God.
God really bless. Excited about that lesser of two evils argument anymore. And then what happens is later you find out it was actually like 10 times more evil than you thought. And it's because giving that cover, well, we're not as bad as blah, blah, blah. The shit we're doing right now is crazy that I didn't even know about until a couple of years ago.
Who's getting arrested for just protesting against America's involvement in the Ukraine-Russian situation?
Well, you can get arrested for all kinds of shit now. Like,
no, but this is why on a fundamental level, this seems like a not fair comparison. In Russia, you cannot even protest against their involvement.
The fucking titty collection. Oh no. I'm no, absolutely not. I can't even joke about that one. No.
Involvement. I don't.
Great. We're gonna get.
We had how many people protesting against Iraq and Afghanistan? No, the government didn't just round up people for protesting. Said you're not allowed to speak out against our government.
Did you not see the security thing that just went out from all the intelligence community about how to spot an extremist? And it's literally anyone that. Did you see any of that shit? Did you watch it?
No,
we come to you for conspiracy theories, Kurt.
Just any conspiracy, you go to their website and see. So you just being against any little dumb shit now. That's what I'm saying. Like it's everything is. Oh, it can't be that bad. That's
Kurt,
how I.
Kurt, I hope you know I was joking around.
It literally. Okay, whatever.
Are you?
Who gives a shit? Okay, here's a better question. Why do I give a fucking shit about anything with Putin at all? To be quite honest, when the Jordan Peterson philosophy, which I agree with, of make your own fucking bed before you go out. Why is our own bed not made here before we go out?
Kurt, I have to. Let's just 1 second here, Kurt. I want to make sure
Putin is bad. Yes, I agree with you.
I want to make sure that you're not getting legitimately triggered here. We're at a disadvantage because you can't see me and I can see you, just because of the way we set the stream up. But
I have puppet like excitable feet.
I was joking. I was joking around.
Wait, what did you
about
say?
the conspiracy theorist stuff? I just don't want. I don't want you to think that I'm like ribbing you too much.
I don't. It's first of all,
like
I'm not offended by nothing.
Okay, good. Sitch, I know I can beat up on relentlessly, and I do.
Listen, I'm a stand-up comedian. You're literally
Okay,
you could
good.
come slap us if you want.
Yeah, no one's gonna come
No,
slap.
we're not going to slap
You
you.
know,
Kurt.
you know the Three Stooges had calloused cheeks from the constant slapping of each other.
I can imagine.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
I got calloused cheeks,
Okay.
so it's fine.
Well, I just want to make sure, but it sounds like we're
So-
good.
Is that
So
from
go
your
ahead.
boyfriend
Destroy
slapping your
him,
ass after
Sitch.
he's done with you?
If
Just asking. Oh, I was just joking. Is that from your boyfriend slapping your ass after he's done with you? I'm just curious.
your only position is why should I care about a country not being able to make sovereign decisions for itself and being invaded by another country? Okay, that's fine. You can make that argument. The thing that rubs me the wrong way.
Yes, we should care about Russia invading other countries, but no one should care about us invading other countries. That's fine.
Yeah, fucking typical neocon bullshit. And I say this again, it's fine to be a nationalist. You can be a nationalist and not want to invade everyone else.
Well, yeah, I mean, that kind of is what made the Nazis not really nationalists. They were nationalists until they started invading everybody, and that made them imperialists.
Yes, exactly. That made them imperialists.
And because I know, and I don't want to say that you and Jimmy Dore are the same person, because you're not. But you write material.
No,
for
we are.
him.
That's fair.
Is that whenever
why would you not say that?
Well, if you want to be, that's fine. If I'm
So
talking,
if
speaking to
Jimmy
the spirit of
Dore is
Jimmy Dore
reading Kurt
Right.
jokes, they technically
That's the
they
same
are
person,
the same
right?
person.
Right. He's not making that argument on his show. On his show, he's just literally regurgitating every shallow, dumb, uncritical propaganda piece straight out of Vladimir Putin's
that's
mouth.
dumb. That's dumb. That's like with the thing of like saying fact.
So apparently Jimmy Dore has pissed off a lot of people who commentate on political shit because he's dared to be anti-war, and that's just not allowable.
Is helping the bad guy is a thing that sucks across the board on every level of society.
I agree. So everybody stop helping Joe Biden.
So now
I don't know what that means. Facts are helping the bad guy.
That's how every fucking liberal I know talks, where they're like, what do you want this side? Like, so Russiagate was bullshit. The thing with Trump, that didn't happen.
Right. Mm-hmm.
Absolute nonsense. The media pushed it because it's like
we agree.
So it's like you're helping the bad guy of Trump by saying that. You're like, what do you love Trump? That's everybody's fear, is like, I shouldn't say a true thing because it'll help you. I don't think that way at all. My thing is, I'm not going to go. I don't even know how anybody has the energy, unless you're Ukrainian. I could see it, but otherwise,
what in the fuck is that animation behind Sitch's avatar?
I don't know. I don't recognize it.
After the last 20 years of bullshit wars, this one, I'm stunned that
Amy
people even
Goodman
have-
has become
I guess if-
pro-war. Holy shit!
I remember as a kid, everybody's like, "Yeah, Kuwait." They just learned where
It's
Kuwait
probably
was.
when I
And
found
they're
that
like,
out.
we got to
Yeah.
save Kuwait. I don't know how that works anymore.
I don't pay
anyone.
attention to her
Outside
anymore,
of Jimmy,
but,
without anything with him.
Haven't really since
'Cause he's
I
more-
stopped being a leftist. But yeah, that's crazy.
Left than I am.
God.
My whole thing is, I have zero faith. Number one, whatever the story is you're getting about it from America, I don't believe out of hand. They really have to go out of their way to prove themselves.
You're so right. You should not believe uncritically what the American media and news tells you, because especially when it comes to this war situation, because it's obviously propaganda. Obviously, my problem is that why is it that Jimmy can look at the American media and say this is propaganda, but when it comes to the Russian media and the Russian story, he just slurps it all up uncritically in regards to the Russian.
I mean,
Ukraine
I don't know how
situation.
much of the show you're watching. I'm
God.
guessing you saw a couple things here and there that
We
you
watched
the whole thing.
30-minute
Well,
video, and I
like
watched
what?
one 40-minute video.
But
on
you,
my
you
own.
got to be specific, because I wouldn't.
I watched when you
there
were
was-
on.
What's
there
the
was-
anti-American propaganda?
There was
that's-
one with Aaron Mata on, where he was
Aaron
saying a
Mate,
bunch of fake
Aaron-
news garbage.
I don't think. I'll tell you this flat out from talking to Aaron Mate, and another guy probably way more left than me, because I always despised leftists. Like my friend Barry Crimmins died. I was like, that's the last leftist I liked. And so then I found Jimmy's show, and I was like, oh, I get into it because he had like a principle. Like remember last time I was on, you're like, well, what would you say about Kyle Rittenhouse? And I'm like, I don't know. He probably doesn't know about it.
Right.
The second he knew anything about it, he immediately was on that side. So I've never heard Aaron Mate say propaganda. I don't know who's telling you it's propaganda, or if you just feel.
Well,
it.
I'm watching it. I'm hearing propaganda.
Well, you got to be spit.
Well, I'll tell you in a second.
I'm
And
gonna smoke this bowl while you. Can you get demonetized?
One with Max Blumenthal.
Sit. Oh, God.
Well, it's legal here.
It's not legal on YouTube.
Well, I don't know if it's legal on YouTube. It's just cigarettes, guys. It's fine. And
It's
I saw
not
the
marijuana.
Oh, good. Perfect.
There
That's
you
what we
go.
need to hear.
I don't smoke marijuana.
Just tobacco.
Yeah.
And I saw the one with Max Blumenthal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I don't think Jimmy is like intentional here. I think the problem is that he's listening to Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mata uncritically. He's looking to sources that he trusts uncritically, and he's just regurgitating what they're saying.
What did they say wrong? I still don't know.
Okay. So one of the biggest things, he kept repeating this in the Truth About Ukraine, Russia is Not What You Think video. He kept saying the Obama administration backed and caused a coup in Ukraine in 2014 that ousted, the legally elected leader, and that's why Russia invaded and took over Crimea, which is it's a total lie. There's no evidence for that claim whatsoever.
I don't know that that's true, but I just watched the what do you call it, Oliver Stone documentary about it, where I thought Oliver Stone was like his leanings were too pro to the communist guy. However,
he's very pro-Russian.
Right, but I think 100%, because it's bizarre to me how when I was a kid and the Berlin Wall fell, I still remember this too. My teacher being like, Mikhail Gorbachev did really, but Boris Yeltsin, everybody loved Boris Yeltsin. It was like a whole thing, and it turns out 20 years later he's a fucking drunk that gave the country away to oligarchs. That's what he did. That's why Putin's so brutal to oligarchs, because right after communism fell, and I don't. This isn't like I got it from Aaron Mate. You go fucking look it up. It's not a mystery. Actually, look at that Jake Tran video. It's pretty good because he's not any kind of communist. But basically, they didn't know what to do with the companies. They're like, well, we're communists. So they gave everybody these vouchers like they owned shares in the companies. But a bunch of Russian people were fucking starving. So a few guys just paid them for all their shares, and they're poor people. They don't think about investment, right? So everybody realized they got had. They were mad as shit. And Putin was the one that cracked down on all these oligarchs. So it depends, I guess, on where you're sitting. If I wasn't starving in Russia, so I don't know. I have a feeling I probably wouldn't lean towards, feel bad for the fucking oligarchs who took advantage of me. I don't think I would feel that way. You know what I'm saying? Even if I think that's not a right thing to do, I could see how Putin got popular with a whole bunch of people because it wasn't really great for them. You'd think after communism fell, it would be fucking amazing. Well, it turns out a lot of people lost a lot of shit, and a few people got like a parody, much like the way it was a parody of whatever I guess Marx thought he intended. He wasn't very clear what he wanted. That's how Russia is. Like
there was
Russia
an interesting.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I'll say there's an interesting paper we read from that Jimmy read a chunk of this paper, and he should have read the whole thing. That was from a U.S. analyst who worked in Moscow during the fall of the Soviet Union. And he was talking about kind of what you were saying about how once communism fell, American business owners and, politicians and fixers came in to try to help the country stabilize. And they wrongly thought that, they're communist. We need to give them the sense of capitalism and a sense of greed that comes with capitalism, because if they adopt capitalism, then liberal Western democracy will follow.
Well,
and
I think
his point was that's the completely wrong way to look at it. It's actually backwards. And the problem was that in Russia, they obviously had greed and corruption under the Soviet Union. It kind of ruled everything because the system was so.
What is with this idea that capitalism and greed go hand in hand?
Because people are incapable, leftists specifically are incapable of separating capitalism from greed. You can be a capitalist and not be a greedy fucking piece of trash.
Yeah. I'm not greedy if I want to, better myself and my position. Like, that's not greed.
Oh, it's part of the human condition to want to better your own, better yourself.
Yeah.
And this meme of fucking all human beings are altruistic but choose to be greedy kind of shit is bullshit. Human beings are not altruistic.
No, not at all. Oh, hey. Human nature and greed
Yes,
go hand in hand.
exactly.
Yes, that's true.
That is absolutely true. Capitalism is simply an idea. It has nothing to do with human nature. I guarantee you, any other sentient species that existed before us or at the same time as us, perhaps, likely also have their own ideas of capitalism. That doesn't mean capitalism itself is a source of greed.
Broken, and that what people needed was respect and belief in a legal code and in law. And that
I
was
remember
the big
that.
fuck up.
Who wrote that? I do remember that. It was.
I don't. Jimmy read a piece of it.
Oh, I don't remember. I wasn't on when that. I think.
I know you weren't on that. This was when
yeah.
Max Blumenthal was on. But
yeah, well, that's the thing. It's the same as when communism got instituted. That's an interesting story too, because it was like, you know, Marxist thing. It's supposed to be like someplace like America goes communist,
Right.
but they were like, well, we're going from feudalism. Like they weren't even doing it right from the start. Now I say cut them some slack because Marx didn't really give a lot of great instructions on how you're supposed to do that shit, right? He just had the criticisms, and then the real weak part is it's almost sounded like America going to Iraq. Like then you're going to be greeted as liberators with cotton.
Right. Well, I mean, wasn't Marx just some bougie guy who stood around in bars all day, like philosophizing?
Yeah, probably.
Marx
look,
was actually.
I'll give anybody the things that I
Jew,
think they're
so
right about.
there's
I'll give
that
it to them, and then I don't take the
And a
rest.
racist.
I don't think I can do a package deal with anybody. But
Consummate racist.
Yeah, people keep talking about building a time machine to go back and kill Hitler. It's like, why don't you go back and kill Marx? Surely that would be better.
How was their lives after the Soviet Union fell? Not great, except for a few people. And Ukraine is unbelievable what happened there. So, like I said, I heard the tapes, the recordings of Victoria Nuland discussing who's going to be the next guy. 100% that Arab Spring bullshit that we backed that was not really anything. They tried to piggyback that in Ukraine. Okay, well, as far as that guy having all, what's the guy's name that they pushed out? Poroshenko or something? Not Poroshenko.
Which guy?
The one that
Yanukovych?
was, the one that Zelensky, I guess, replaced.
Well, Zelensky was elected in 2019.
Oh, who's in 2014? Who got pushed out?
Yanukovych got pushed out in 2014.
Yeah, like when you're telling me they found all this palace and all this bullshit, like, it sounds like the old Obama place to me. But, but the guy, fucking Zelensky's in the goddamn Pandora Papers.
So yeah, so
like, who's the? Here's the thing. It's all.
This
I'm
is
supposed to
all
pick the lesser two evils, and then
this. No, but
before Sitch, before we go into this stuff, can we? Kurt said something about the criteria for bullshit wars, like or he, if you're sick, he's sick of these bullshit wars. So I wonder if there's some criteria for what makes a war bullshit. Like, do you think World War II was a bullshit war? I mean,
well, that was the one that sadly, it's not like we went in at the most moral time to go help somebody, or it's not how that fucking
no,
works.
we should have gone in earlier, obviously,
but even you like,
no, what we should have done was stayed out of World War One, and then World War II wouldn't have happened.
That's the good war we fought, sure, but that's because of the bullshit from World War One that was bullshit, which kind of directly led to that. So I'm real happy that after the.
So I just want to establish a criteria before we get into it, because you've set up a frame where you're not going to support any bullshit wars, and the implication is that you would support a war if it wasn't bullshit.
Okay,
therefore it would be
America going
nice
to
to have a criteria where what would make Kurt get involved in a not bullshit war. Yeah,
like we're attacked for real. In
Okay.
fact, that's why I wasn't against Iraq. But like, this was crazy to me, because when I was in New York,
You should have been, because we weren't attacked by Iraq. But
yeah,
when 9/11 happened, it was crazy. I mean, I remember that so vividly because this whole city stunk like bodies for like 3 months. We had a blackout in New York, and they were expecting like crazy shit, but it ended up being like a big party where everybody was like cool. I remember it was awesome, that blackout, unlike the one in the 70s that was like, a nightmare.
Yeah.
And that was because of how
Scary as
traumatic.
fuck.
Yeah, that's how traumatic it was, that like people of all races in New York were all just hanging out because of. So that's a powerful thing to have everybody together. And people always didn't, growing up not far from New York, my friends were like, yeah, that's where like gays live. They didn't say gays, right? But it wasn't like people loved New York that weren't from there, but there was a coming together. And then what happened? Now the the conspiracy horseshit that I don't believe if they blew it up themselves. No, they don't have to do that. They don't even need to do anything elaborate. You just got to have people in that state where they're emotional about something that could be a thing to be emotional about, and then you can sell them. And I certainly bought it. And when I think about it, I couldn't tell you why. Yeah, we got to go to Iraq.
Far
that
more
somehow affects
likely.
this. We do, yeah. And I just everybody.
People like to talk about the 9/11 truther shit, but I think it's far more likely that the 9/11 shit was essentially not perpetrated by, but permitted by the U.S. government.
Yes.
Like they knew it was going to happen, and they did nothing about it essentially because they knew it would be an impetus for invasion.
Yep.
They did nothing because it was financially backed up by Saudi Arabia, which was to this point an ally on the papers.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
I wouldn't be the least bit surprised. You're probably correct about that.
And 20 years later, how's it looking, that alliance?
Not great.
Fuck Saudi Arabia. Those fuckers.
Yeah, the Sauds have to go. Take their oil, get rid of their princes. They have to go. In all fairness, like generally speaking, I don't like getting into wars and killing innocent civilians. So I'm just a huge fan of let's get rid of the oligarchs.
I say this: if Muslims were smart, they would have made a French Revolution like Arabian Spring. And
That's
not
correct.
the bullshit that happened back then.
Well, see, that's that problem, though, right? You had the fucking alphabet agencies getting involved in the Arabian Spring. They tainted it irrecoverably, in my opinion. It could have been a force for good, but it was just...
There's only one country who came out better of this, and it was Tunisia. All the other countries fucked up.
I don't know much about Tunisia, so I can't comment on that. I legitimately I know them by name, but that's all I know.
They had a family, a big family running the country and robbed it, basically. And they pushed them out, the whole family, the whole scum, and they rebuilt the country and did a lot for tourism and stuff. And they are very, very Western.
Good for them.
Even if they are Muslims, but Tunisia did very good after that. I guess America hadn't had that much interest in that country because that would have fucked up Tunisia.
Yeah, I'm just I've reached this point where if a country is supported by Al Jazeera or the Young Turks, I'm just I'm opposed to them as a rule. That's probably like contrarian of me, but at least at least I'm being consistent.
Yeah, the biggest problem in those parts of the world are the religion.
Yep. They have the wrong religion. It's funny too because technically speaking, I have the wrong religion to other religious people, so I do understand the argument.
Together, whether they said this out loud or not, was like, yeah, well, there's some kind of, I don't know, Arab Muslim, they should blow up too. I don't care. We got to blow something up. You can't just do that.
So self-defense is the criteria. I'll let you take over because I don't want a 2v1. So
yeah, well, no, I don't care about like America's fucking empire. I don't think is worth it. Like, there's a good video by this guy Kraut on YouTube who I think is more. Do you know V from Rooming?
We know
TV?
Kraut.
We know Kraut and V. Yeah.
So I like Kraut's video. I think he's almost like, well, V says like a neocon, but I thought he was very.
Does he mean fucking Kraut from Kraut and Tea back in the day?
I think so. Yep.
Yeah.
Dude, that guy's so fucking stupid. The dude made the argument that fish get pregnant. And it was proven to him that the specific fish that he was talking about at that time does not get pregnant. It fucking lays eggs and the male fertilizes the eggs. There are a small number of fish who do actually experience pregnancy, but like that's not common for what are they called? Ichthyoids, something like that. I can't pronounce that word for some reason. Like it's just Kraut's an idiot. For you to respect any opinion that comes out of his mouth, let's like respecting an opinion that comes out of me. You gotta be some kind of fucking retard to respect an opinion that comes out of a moron like me.
Oh, I'll try to remember that.
Like, it's the difference between me and most idiots. I know I'm a retard.
I watched a thing about NATO with him, and I didn't know this, but I got from the video was the reason our military is so like 12 times bigger or whatever the fuck it is than every other country is because we're a bunch of other people's militaries as well because they don't pay their fucking 2%.
Yes, that's fairly well known.
The Canadian crowd has claim on Arabia, if I remember correctly. MI6 promoted the Saud family. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that, dude, man.
Helmet? Did you about to say that?
I said Germany relies on the U.S. military.
Yeah.
They don't do check shit about our army.
Yeah, that's one of the things.
No, you couldn't afford all your socialized medicine over there in Europe without somebody putting the military bill.
That's precisely it, though. That's one of the reasons why Trump was so bitter with Germany and was saying, like, look, we're just not going to support you anymore if you're not going to pay your fair share into NATO. Which, for the record, I'm 10,000% against NATO. I think it's an idiotic concept.
Well, either when the Soviet Union fell, it should have been dismantled because that was its purpose.
Precisely.
Or you should have changed its purpose, got Russia to join NATO, and used it as an alliance against China.
Instead, they chose to maintain their hatred for Russia and be idiots.
Supposed to pay. And Trump was like, we're going to make them pay their 2%. Trump's not going to fucking lower our military once we get that money in. But I didn't know the whole big picture of it until I saw that crowd thing. I thought that was very interesting. And his vision of how it's better, like he was talking about the Iraq war, where maybe if we said, hey, we're trying to help the Kurds that are being murdered, instead of some dishonest propaganda and nonsense that they
fuck the Kurds. They're as nasty as everybody else.
told us. And I think, hey, maybe that would be more moral. In fact, the way he envisioned America,
yes, they did.
Over, sounds great. It's just that
they got the cold shoulder. So
it ain't gonna happen, buddy. Like, all the people aren't smart, like thinking in nuanced terms of this.
This is one of the many reasons I don't agree with this vilification of Russia. They have regularly extended a hand of friendship to the West.
Well, is it Dude Man who said that earlier? Or
yes.
Was it somebody
Well,
else?
That's just me responding to Dude Man when he said Russia trying to join to be fair. And it's just me responding to him, and I agree. Like, it's fucking bullshit. I don't agree with the vilification of Russia because they have largely attempted at more than one juncture to join.
Yes, there we go. Neocons founded by sons of Trotskyites. Yes, so that's why they have their fucking hard on for hate boner for Russia.
Ideologues who just buy any dumb propaganda, then it's going to be greedy people who see opportunity, right? It's all the people at the top are going to go. So it's going to be a perversion of what it originally was, much like every other thing. When you have too big of a company or whatever, I think of America like Star Wars. The America now is like the shitty Disney Star Wars. It used to be like a pretty cool thing when I was a kid, and now they're just pushing this insanity. Like, dude, the very fact that Raytheon would advertise how they're helping girls get into tech to make their fucking that's insane. The fact that drug companies advertise on TV is fucking insane. I just got used to it. I didn't even realize it was crazy until I watched all the British people tweeting at that Harry and Meghan. We made a sketch, me and Kyle, of that Oprah interview with Harry and Meghan. And the thing that struck when I saw the tweets, it was always basically like, wait, they advertise prescription drugs? Why did they do that?
It's crazy.
I haven't even thought about it.
I want to narrow the focus of this conversation.
But it's all, it's all the same thing. I don't trust.
It's not the same thing, though. I want to narrow the focus a little bit because
Well,
I don't want us to send troops.
Metzger's actually correct here. It is all the same thing, Sitch. Corruption is corruption. It doesn't matter where the corruption is, you disingenuous little faggot. See, this shit is why I watched one of their videos, and I was like, yeah, these guys are okay. And then I watched another one. Oh, these guys are fucking morons. Because they occasionally, they have the occasional decent take. They have the occasional, like, big brain take. But most of the time, these two fucking retards are just that. Retards.
To Ukraine. And I don't think most people, there are crazy people in the media I hear talking about this. I don't want that.
Right.
Okay.
The entire media wants that. You know that, right?
I don't, if they do, they're fucking dumb. Okay. Right. I don't want them to send troops in Ukraine. I don't want to start a nuclear war with Russia, especially over Ukraine. Okay. Mm-hmm. But that's not really what I'm focused on, because I have that same position. I don't want to send troops there. What I'm focused on is you can be against U.S. involvement there without just regurgitating the propaganda. And the Newland phone call that you brought up, that Max Blumenthal and Aaron Mata both give the thumbs up on, is
and the Hill and
propaganda. That is
I don't think
a lie.
Is. Why is a lie?
I'll tell you. They completely misunderstand the phone call. The phone call is not Assistant Secretary of State Newland telling Jeffrey Piet, ambassador to Ukraine, whom she wants to be prime minister once Yanukovych is ousted. That's not what happened. The phone call is about Yanukovych himself asking this guy, Yatsenyuk, to be his prime minister. And he's doing this as an overture to try to quell the protest.
Wait. The phone call that I'm thinking of, I'm thinking of a phone call.
No, there's only one.
I'm thinking her talking to an American guy.
She's talking, yes, she's talking to Jeffrey Piet, ambassador.
Talk about Ethan Rouse double boob.
Dude, that shit, I just saw that on the Pangea Discord. That's Ralph, you holy shit, your tit has a gunt. What are you doing, man?
Is that a result of rapid weight loss or something?
No, what happens there is Ralph is roughly like 4 foot, like 10. To be completely unfair to him. To be fair to him, he's 5 foot even.
Okay.
He wears lifts though, so it's functionally impossible to tell how tall he actually is. Like, you would have to know how tall the lifts he wears are in order to know how tall he is. But he's roughly 100 pounds, 110 to 120 pounds too heavy for his size.
Oof.
And what happens when you're that overweight at his size is your stomach muscles can no longer contain the fat, so your stomach bifurcates and forms like what essentially looks like a front ass. It's basically because your body can't, you're too fat and your body can no longer contain it, so it reaches around your abdominal muscles, or squeezes between them. I don't know I don't know that much about the anatomy of your abdominal muscles, so I can't say how it gets around them or gets through them. But yeah, the fat cells just push your stomach out, and it because your abdominal muscles remain largely attached to your abdomen where they're supposed to be. That's healthy. You get this these two meaty flaps forming on both the outer edges of your abdominal flaps. And it becomes what people refer to as... Yes, maybe. It becomes what people refer to as a gunt. Or a fupa if it's on a woman. Yeah, that double boob though, holy fuck. Imagine being so obese that your tits have tits. How many chins do you have, Ralph? 4? Do you have cow udders, instead of testicles? Are you drinking estrogen? What the fuck is going on? Why are you developing, tertiary and fucking quaternary tits?
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right. And she's saying, I want Yatsenyuk to accept the prime minister position, and I want Klitschko to not accept the deputy prime minister position.
Why
That's
is
the
she?
phone call you're talking
Why are we involved in that at all? Why are
Oh,
we?
wait.
Good question.
That's like going to their Cuba or something. That's exactly what that is. How is that
So-
propaganda? When they
Okay.
did it in here, we didn't care for it, right?
I'll tell you. I'll tell you how the propaganda. Because the way that Jimmy portrays the phone call, which a lot of people are, which Max and Aaron Mata portray too,
Uh-huh.
is that phone call is Victory Nuland telling how she's telling who she wants to be in government once Yanukovych is ousted out of office. And that phone call is proof that we cooed the government. Okay. That's what they're saying.
You're skipping some steps there with that.
I'm not skipping some step.
Yeah, I can't remember for sure what HB said about this when he AFAP'd it, but I think he said that, yeah, there's context missing from what Sitch is talking about.
Well,
That's
you
the claim
imagine
they're
that
making.
a leftist
Right.
leaving out context. What a fucking surprise! I am so shocked by this revelatory information.
I don't think Victoria Nuland is the mastermind of it.
No, I
think-
know. I understand that. I'm just saying that
Right.
they're pointing this phone call as the number one piece of evidence for the U.S. cooing of the government in Ukraine 2014. Okay. And what I'm saying is that's not true. They fundamentally don't
The U.S.
understand the
government
phone
has
call.
fucking
The
forced
phone call
views on
is
many
not Nuland.
countries, though, like for their own benefit. Like he acts as though the fucking alphabet agencies haven't been up to this shit for 2 decades.
Longer than that.
Probably longer than that, but I'm just saying, like, they've been more active in it for the last 2 decades.
Yes.
Like, I've reached this point where the CIA, the NSA, and FBI and other such fucking organizations have to prove to me that they're not involved before I'll believe that they were not involved. I have reached the point where I cannot give them the benefit of the doubt. They would have to show me they were not involved before I would believe them. Because unlike just moronic fucking neocons and leftists, trusting any fucking government entity, trusting any corporation is just intellectual suicide. Why would you do that?
Telling Piet who she wants to be in charge of the Ukraine after Yanukovych is ousted. Yanukovych himself, the day before, offers Yatsenyuk this position, the prime ministership. He offered it to this guy in order to try to quell the protest. And Nuland is saying, I think Yatsenyuk should take the very position that Yanukovych is offering him. She's literally standing on the side of not cooing the current president of Ukraine. So they have the completely backwards interpretation of the phone call.
Well, hey, listen, I'm going to take your word that they have the phone call. I think it's, to me, I won't speak for them. It's a little more than that phone call. It's also her going, well, there's bio weapon. We don't know. Why are we there getting involved in their shit at all? Why is she even having that conversation? Like, why is Hunter Biden working at fucking Burisma? Like, why? Okay.
Because if there is no, we don't live in I wish we did. I wish we lived in the perfect libertarian NAP, non-aggression principle world where everyone could stay in their borders and play nice with each other. But we don't live in that world. We live in a world of monsters, okay? Where every country is run by a horrible monster. And all these monsters are constantly fighting each other for power. And the second there's a vacuum of power,
Yeah,
someone's
I've got
going
a
to rush
hard
in and take it.
disagree here.
And in this
cannot-
case, Russia is rushing to take it.
Like, this absurd notion that fucking every country is run by a monster. Yeah, maybe Putin does some fucked up shit, but at least he gives a shit about his people. That's more than can be said about fucking most of the other fucking politicians.
Okay, is this the real Jack Stafford, or has he changed his avatar?
I don't know if that's the actual Jack Stafford or not, but the RCMP are corrupt shit, dude. they're so poorly trained and so deeply retarded as people that a man from a foreign country who could not speak English was trying to communicate with them, and they tased him to death because they thought he was crazy.
Oh,
that's it.
Being crazy is punishable by death. Wow.
Yeah. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like, I really hope that's a joke because the RCMP are deeply retarded and completely corrupt.
Good news, boys. Or good news. I'm home, boys.
Welcome home, John.
Welcome
Guest.
home. Josh Coke Zero.
Coke
Justifying
Zero?
anything he says. Oof. Ooh. Ugh. La, la, la.
Why the fuck would you like Coke Zero?
I don't know.
Why would you like Coke in general?
Well, I like Coke Classic, but
I don't like colas anymore. I got bored of them.
oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't know. I've always liked colas.
I used to, but it just...
Prince of Luxembourg sings okay. I don't know him offhand. How to face the evil, not as my girlfriend.
Oh, God.
And you ask, why is America involved here? It's because
Sweet
America
tea, man.
believes
Yeah, sweet
that the
tea's
world
awesome.
would be a better, more stable place if we had as many stable Western liberal democracies as possible. And
No, that's the thing, though, dude. They're not stable. They're all collapsing, you dumbass. Ugh.
I think he's trying to make the point here that if we had as many as possible. I don't think he's insinuating that we have them.
Well, but I don't think that the neoliberal globalist model is one that lends itself to stability. So I think
No, it's not.
All such
It's
things
not.
are going to collapse. So we don't want that. My dirty laundry stays in the hammer. Yeah, it's.
Yeah,
I don't know for sure what would be the best way, to have government. I mean, if human nature were different, then yeah, practical anarchy would be awesome. But human nature is what it is, so you have to have a government of some kind.
Yes, because the vast majority of people want to be led. It is what it is.
Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know what would be best. But it's like I can't help but think what Fox Day said. I don't know, a few weeks ago or whatever. Somebody was saying, complaining, whining about how all these evil right wingers, they prefer, Putin's authoritarian Russia to, to these liberal Western democracies that we have or whatever. And Fox was like, can confirm, we do, we really do. It's like,
you want to know why we prefer it? Because authoritarians, and I say this unironically as a fucking libertarian, like someone who has libertarian leanings. I'm not a full-on lawbertarian because I just don't agree with everything that they say and do. But I have some lawbertarian leanings. I genuinely prefer the authoritarian shit.
I thought you were going to explain why.
Well, it's just a simple matter for me of I do not respect weak leaders and neoliberal leaders, and that includes fucking neocons and anyone else that wants to pretend they're conservative. You're just stupid. You're not a leader. You're a pussy. You have to be authoritarian to a degree in order to lead people. In order to lead people correctly, I should say, because it's people that are more individualistic. Sure, they don't want an authoritarian leader. People like myself don't want an authoritarian leader. But I also recognize that an authoritarian leader is necessary in order to keep the sheep in line.
Yes.
Because they're...
You crazy left-wing bastards that want to do all kinds of fucked up shit.
Exactly. They want to fuck kids. They want to groom kids so that it's easier to fuck them. They want to ruin society so that it's easier to fuck kids. Like, it's just... It all comes back to they're complete degenerates. And without an authoritarian leader to fucking curtail their bullshit, it's going to continue to balloon and worsen.
It's more honest, yes. Yes, it is.
Yes, exactly, dude, man. It is more honest. And it's just, I don't have to like an authoritarian leader in order to respect their authority. You don't have to like the fucking person, just appreciate that they're doing what needs to be done. No one's saying make friends with Putin.
Yeah, there's the whole thing about, oh, in the West we have freedom. It's like, not really. We have the illusion of freedom.
Yes, exactly. We have the illusion of freedom. We're not free at all.
I vote for Christian monarchy. F it. Make the Crusades great again.
So when they see Ukraine trying to build that up, or what they believe is trying to build that up, they're going to support that. And if they pull back and they say, listen, Ukraine, you're on your own, what happens? Then they just fall back into the clashing and gnashing teeth of Russia, because Russia's not going to leave them alone.
Right. Okay, I don't give a shit about any of that or why we.
Well, then you don't understand geopolitics.
No, it's pretty clear what geopolitics is. We're fighting over whose puppet this country. By the way, if
yes, that is exactly what's going on.
You think it's even? What did you say to me before? It was Adam wrote is like it's corrupt but moving towards democracy. Yeah, that's the thing that happens with corrupt places. They move more towards democracy. No, it's another corrupt puppet thing, not in our hemisphere. Here's what I want to know before anything with why I should morally judge any, because the people that run America are fucking monsters. You know, Obama had a kill list and took a Nobel Peace Prize. You know that, right? You know, we imprisoned Uyghurs and all that. So I don't want to hear about
who's on the kill. Who's on the kill list? Were they pedos?
No. Sadly, no.
No, because leftists never target pedos. Let's be fucking clear about this. Why would they target their own?
Oh.
I have no fucking idea. I know. I'm sure. Here's what you can bet on. Here's what I do know. The guy they just put in prison for exposing what we did with drones in Afghanistan. This is my ultimate example of how fucked up when you find out it's worse than you thought it was.
Kurt, you have a kill list. Come on, be honest.
Yeah, no, I would never.
Okay, what? I believe HB defined this moment as when Adam starts trying to derail the conversation.
Adam always does that, though, because he's more comedic, whereas Sitch is more serious.
It's not good comedy, though. I'm not laughing.
I really.
You don't have stupid. Any kill
I'm not
list?
saying it's good comedy. I'm just saying it's an attempt at comedy.
Sitch is a pop culture streamer, but he knows more about geopolitics than most of us guys. Who's us guys? TLDR, US is good, Ukraine is next, lib democracy, and Russia, man, bad. Yeah, that does appear to be his take, and I would say that does not make him more knowledgeable.
Just Obama and Putin have a kill list. No, are you joking? Or are you asking me if I have a kill? Why would I have a kill list?
I'm just curious. I mean, you know.
Yeah, when they're asking you if you're joking, you know it's not a good joke.
Why would any listen?
No dentist in your past? Come on.
We killed
no ex-wife, no dentist.
I did hope
What do you
that.
think the casualties were?
What's it
'Cause
gonna
this is what we found out
make assumptions
from like Chelsea. No, I didn't know this at the time because the Chelsea Manning thing. I only remember, that collateral murder video or whatever that came out.
Hey,
Chelsea
Bradley
so
Manning, that's a different kind of animal. That guy was not altruistic when he leaked the papers. This guy has serious, fucked up, psychic, mental problems. And you've seen it. He drowned out in prison. And he tried to kill himself several times in prison. This guy is fucked up in the head and not a hero.
Oh, do you mean fucking Manning?
Yeah, President Manning.
Yeah, that fucking faggot needs to succeed in killing himself. He did not try to kill himself. That's a fucking narrative.
Yeah, he's a whiny ass bitch.
Like he's such a pussy that he even tries to kill himself like a woman. He doesn't do it.
The military is full of those these days. Whiny ass bitches. And it's.
You want to know what I did when I fucking decided I was done? I swallowed an entire fucking bottle of pills because I didn't have access to a gun and it was going to take forever to cut through my fucking wrists. That's why one of the reasons why I have liver trouble to this day.
Oh dear. Well,
Like-
I would.
That faggot didn't try to kill himself.
I don't want you killing yourself again. You know,
No,
if I didn't care, I'd give you some pointers on. The whole wrist
I
thing.
learned I learned my lesson. I basically slept for like 2.5 days, like, and somehow my family
And burned
didn't.
out your liver.
Yeah, my family somehow didn't fucking think anything was wrong. Didn't call them a hospital or anything. But you know whatever.
Wow.
It is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Sorry, Lassie. You know I'm here for the food chat, really. Well, I'm sorry we're not having more of that today, but
We will definitely have more food chat. We're just fucking.
actually,
fucking
some of the best of it happened. I guess we could ask Helmut to go ahead and repeat what he said before we started. While we were waiting for Einbrecht to show the fuck up, he talked about eating actual schnitzel today.
Yeah, I gotta get my hands on a good recipe for schnitzel. I really want to make some. Manning was tortured pretty bad. Probably made whatever was wrong. Going, yeah, more than likely.
Yeah, but he was fucked up when he was in charge in Iraq. When he had those files, he was fucked up too.
Yeah, trannies don't become trannies because of like trauma popping up. They were already headed down that path. It's likely just expedited the process.
Yeah, and he looks like a clown. He doesn't fit in the woman thing. He doesn't look like a woman at all.
No, he looks like a dude in a dress, and it's hilarious. I love making fun of him.
Yeah, a fucked up version of Marilyn Manson with lipstick.
A fucked up version of Marilyn Manson.
Yeah. Imagine that.
So anyway, tell us how many schnitzels you had.
Round about 3, maybe more. I said it to you when we talked first that I didn't count anymore after the third one. I'm horrible. I've overeaten so much today.
Yes, he went to an all-you-can-eat schnitzel. So that's
They had
awesome.
they had 20 different schnitzel on the card.
Damn.
Holy shit, man. That's insanity.
The best
I wish I
one-
could afford to come to Germany.
You are welcome at every time. You can sleep at my house. It's no problem. If you come, I will take you to every good schnitzel house near my residence.
It sounds like we need to at some point get on a plane and go visit Helmut.
Yeah, totally.
Dude, I would love to hang out and have beer and schnitzel.
Yeah, that's the best way to enjoy life. Sitting with friends in an old German restaurant, drinking beer you've never drank before, eating exotic kinds of schnitzel.
I also need a good schnitzel recipe. The last one I had was in Munich. Oh man, dude, that's. If I manage to find a good recipe, Jack Stafford, I'll send it your way because I haven't had schnitzel in like 10, maybe 12 years, and I really remember enjoying it, and I want to eat it again.
I have a recommendation, if you could call it. Just do the pork in egg and pretzel crumbs and fry it. You put the pork into the egg, then into flour, whole wheat flour, and then into the pretzel crumbs, dry pretzel crumbs, and then you fry it.
I
That's
would
what
never have considered doing that. Pretzel. Somebody trying to explain that they butcher differently there, and it's hard to get the right cut of meat other places.
Oh, that makes it very unfortunate.
Could be. But in Germany we get most of our pork meat from Poland.
So it's the Polish who butcher differently.
Yeah, the best meat in Europe comes from Poland. They do the majority of meat stuff in Europe.
Were you last in Munich in 1972? And if so, why are you so angry? Was it Schnitzel related?
No, that's hideous.
Okay, let's move on.
Killing 3 non-combatants for every insurgent. That's not a good fucking ratio. Obama, when he was in, they with drones, they're so surgical. I love how we use surgical strikes. Like when your doctor does surgery on you using explosions. It's surgical. So probably a 90% civilian, it turns out. And the way they did it was they reclassified non-combatants as any able-bodied male over the age of 15. You're
kind of changing the argument a little bit, Kurt,
Yeah.
because you're basically saying
No, but here's how
accidents
I'm
are
gonna
going to
get to-
happen,
well,
so
no, it's not
war
an
we should
accident.
never
It's
have
not
a
wait. It's not. It's depraved indifference. So Obama lets them change the label of who's a live combatant so we can blow up innocent people. Then Trump comes in and his innovation is, oh, you guys don't even have to report who you blew up. Why should you have to do that? So that's to me.
Are you
sums up
sighing,
America.
Sitch? Is that you sighing?
Well, why do you view the world in this insane binary? I don't understand.
Insane binary.
Yeah, you're laying
the
out
one with the Star Wars shit with Putin in
Won't
America.
confirm or
I'm the
deny.
one going.
Might have been
Everybody's a piece of shit. I
1939.
really am not. I'm wondering why there's a.
Eibrecht, are you there?
I am. What's up?
Could you take a look at our Discord server and help me understand what Ruckus is talking about?
CG Slum's the secret server.
I literally said that
I don't
every
know
country
anything about
is run
CG
by
Slum, so I don't
monsters that
know.
are fighting each other for power.
Yeah,
Okay?
I'm not
And
that
you're
excited
no, you're laying out a system where anytime I say, you're saying, why should I care? I'm like, well, there are these bad things that are happening, and all you give me is whataboutism. What about America? What about America? And
Right.
I'll say, listen, Kurt, I agree with you. America does bad shit.
Who made that
but,
up?
But you know
whataboutism?
what we're not doing? We're not
Right.
putting entire groups of people in fucking concentration camps like the fucking Chinese people are doing. Okay? We're not killing off all our political opponents and not allowing people to protest like fucking
Did
Vladimir
you see the
Putin's
fucking
doing.
truckers
Okay?
or any of the are you
In
are you talking
Canada? Were they killed? Were they disappeared? That's why I don't understand why.
I'm sure some of them were.
First off, their money was stolen. Their bank accounts were fucking frozen. You
Yeah.
disingenuous little piece of trash. They might as well have been killed. Their money was literally stolen from them, Sitch. Wages they earned because they dared oppose the government. Fuck you. Fuck you, you piece of trash.
Tried Wiener Schnitzel in so many German, quote unquote German restaurants, never the same. That's where the butcher issue came from. But if you know a butcher rancher, I guess you can get the right cut. I'm pretty sure, like I said, I think I've tried it in at least 3 different German restaurants, and it wasn't exactly the same in any of them, but it was pretty similar in all 3. So
Problem is that it's a regional thing in Germany. Every region has another style of doing schnitzel. So if you have someone from Bavaria doing it, it's very different from someone who does it in Berlin or Hamburg or Mannheim, for example.
and Ruckus is talking about Wiggles server.
I don't know anything about it. I don't
You're
know.
in it? What do you mean you don't know anything about it?
Is it called the CG Slums? Because I thought it was
Yeah,
called
he changed the name. He
Yeah?
changed the name.
Oh, because it was called the Wiggle Room at
Yeah,
first.
I know. Yeah.
I'm not in.
But he changed the name of it, so
Okay, see, I didn't know that. I didn't realize that he had changed the name. That's my bad. It was called the Wiggle Room when I joined it, so I didn't know what he was talking about at the time. I don't know about a thread. I don't read anything other than general. I can't. I can easily look around.
I've jumped around looking at various things. I haven't noticed anything in there specifically about Ruckus, but I don't know why he's saying that I've confirmed it. I confirmed the existence of the server, I guess. I don't know. I thought he was asking me where I posted the link to the video. It's always good, just different. Chasing the dragon. Well.
Check. I recommend
that first schnitzel.
Jack, I recommend you if you are going to a German restaurant in the US. The first thing you do is ask the owners from which part of Germany they are from, and then write me in the Discord, and I can tell you how good the schnitzel will be.
Very nice. Yeah, it's similar to how different regions of Canada do poutine differently.
Helmut, if you don't mind the lame tourist question, which is the best part of Germany for food, and why is it Vienna, Austria?
Well, technically, Austria is Germany, but I'm from a part of Germany which is in kind of 3 different states. I'm near Bavaria, I'm near Baden-Württemberg, and I'm near Hesse. And the part where I'm from is where you can eat the old German dishes. The old ways of German cuisine. So if you are a traditionalist and you like old dishes, then you can come to me.
Jack only had Bavarian.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. But Bavarians do very good pretzels and very good sausages, but the schnitzel is not the best in Germany.
Is Facebook working for everybody else?
We
can try it.
It's not working for me. I mean, I'm not on Facebook, but I have to go there to look at some of the local restaurant menus. And all I'm getting is an error message today.
Well, it's working for me.
Huh. I don't know. Weird.
No, looks like my messages are sending on Facebook, so it's
Maybe it
fine
just
for
got
me.
mad at me for all the times I've refreshed without joining.
Maybe.
I noticed that it won't let me even fucking look at it on mobile. It's like, nope, you have to be signed in. It's like, but I don't have an account and I don't want one. I just want to look at a goddamn menu.
Elassie, have you pissed off the googly-eyed Jew who owns that place?
Could be. It's always possible.
Dude, that he's not even really a Jew. He's a lizard person wearing a Jew's skin. It's worse than that. Like, have you seen the picture of his like fucking distended knees?
No, I have not.
Where he's like walking around in public and it looks like he's almost got reverse joint legs. It's like, holy fuck, what is this thing?
I would say if he were a teenage girl, he would probably draw Liam's Wonder Island.
Yes.
Mark Manga-chan. Sorry.
Thinking, why is it that I can say yes, America does bad shit, but all you can give me is what about America? What about America?
Yes.
And you can't look at the rest of the world and say, wow, there's way fucking worse monsters out there, and sometimes it's better.
But a lot of times there's not.
Yeah. I will be right back. I have been voluntold.
A lot of times there's not worse monsters out there than us. I mean, sometimes. But, certainly don't hear about the monsters running, well, really most of the countries in the world. Probably because they're just struggling to stay afloat or whatever. And increasingly, they're not. I believe I read somewhere recently that Sri Lanka has defaulted on its debt. So that's the first domino, probably.
That America
No, I
has
can't.
a strong presence in the world.
Yeah, no, I can't. I haven't seen the good done from it all. Whataboutism is pointing out
We're
hypocrisy.
having this conversation. We literally couldn't have this fucking conversation in Russia or China.
Dude, you're on YouTube. There's literally a list of things that we probably shouldn't talk about.
Yep.
From the government?
Essentially, yeah. I mean, oh God, I think I think Eric July has pointed this out probably quite recently about how all these shitbag leftists fail to comprehend that, like, the way that YouTube and Twitter and whatnot censor things that the government doesn't want you talking about, but the government can't, because of the law, stop you talking about it. So instead, they just have the corporations do it for them. And they don't understand that that's fascism. That's fascism work right there. So yes, we are censored. You know, it's government censor by proxy. Is what's going on.
Don't say that. That's no.
Yes,
that's not allowed.
Yeah, I know.
Or from some fucking corporate shithead who wants to protect their advertisers.
The size of a small government.
No, not about advertisers. That's bullshit.
That you have to live under with no constitution, that your government does nothing to protect you. I guess that's better. Hooray.
You think?
We don't know if they are monsters. U.S. media has a heavy grip on narrative construction globally. It's a point of faith, ultimately. The Bill of Rights was designed so you don't need that faith. Yeah, I mean, oh, God. You know, here's something funny. My sister, who, you know, despite being incredibly intelligent, is unfortunately a leftist and a victim of higher education, brainwashing, political brainwashing, that is. She recently told me, you know, we were talking about the Ukraine situation, and I mentioned Western media, and she said she doesn't watch Western media. And I said, oh, really? You know, it's like, what do you watch? And she started naming all of these Western media outlets. Just most of them were in Europe. It's like, okay, that's still Western media. You understand that, right? And she's like, I don't consider anything in Europe Western. And I'm like, but it is. I don't know. This is fucking weird.
The government does nothing to protect us.
Listen,
from
second,
business.
just in general, the second anybody, like, the second you go, hey, you're guilty of this, there should immediately be who the fuck are you to say anything? I guess it's called whataboutism. I thought it's called not being a fucking hypocrite. That's what it felt like to me. So the reason I'm going what about is I don't feel comfortable condemning anything after the fucking crimes that have been going on for 20 years.
I'm not asking
that are
you to
worse
condemn.
than I
I'm
thought.
asking you to not spread bullshit propaganda from
way the fuck longer than 20 years. I think a lot of people have been noticing it in the last 20 years, but it's been going on for fucking ever.
Russia's
You haven't really told
That's
me
what I'm
that.
asking.
Well, I don't know why your sources are. Look, by the way, maybe you have some.
I don't know that the Russians are telling the truth, but I'm much more likely to believe them than I am to believe Western media.
Great source I don't even know about. I know a lot of fucking media people, a lot of reporters. I know Max Blumenthal personally. Aaron Mate, I talk to all the time. I would, if you were to talk to Aaron Mate about it, he wouldn't even be emotional. He'd just give you his reasoning. And I know him to be a pretty stand-up guy. So
YouTube took down like 3 alternative news channels that I liked to check in with because they deem them propaganda. Yeah, and that's another reason to stop using DuckDuckGo now, is because they have now officially said that they are going to start censoring alternative news sources and use only authoritative ones. As far as I know, Brave's new search thing that they're doing is not doing that at the moment, so that's what I'm going to. Alasi, who's your favorite president and why? Was it Obama? Are we talking all-time favorite or favorite during my lifetime? I believe I believe in some previous videos, probably, I don't remember if I said it in a live stream or not, but in previous videos, I'm sure at some point I mentioned my my top 3 presidents of all time. George Washington would be number 1. You know, got to give respect to the guy who could have been king and chose not to, and also warned us against forming political parties. Unfortunately, we didn't listen to him. And number 2 would pardon me, would be Andrew Jackson. He got rid of the central bank when he was president. And number 3 would be Trump. Mate and Blumenthal give China the benefit of the doubt way too much. Yeah, there's a lot of that. There's a lot of China dick sucking going on, and I don't know why some people. I mean, is it possible that they're actually less evil than some of the globalist pieces of shit that, you know, are ruling over us? Yeah, but does that mean that they're good? No, not by any stretch of the imagination.
It's possible, but it's unlikely.
Yeah. You know, yeah. I Vox Day does that thing where he's like, you know, these people don't understand that the Chinese have changed what it means to be communist or whatever, and it's like, it doesn't matter. They're still a bunch of authoritarian shitbags who kill people, who genocide people. If you have the wrong opinions, you know, fuck them.
No, not allowed to talk about that.
Yeah.
See, and this is the funny thing too.
So Obama comes to close fourth for you then. Good for you.
This is the funny thing about it too. Like I'm appalled by this shit that they're doing to the Uyghurs, but I still don't want to fucking go to war with China and kill more people just to fucking deal with their bullshit government. I would be much more interested in targeted strikes that annihilate their leadership and then replace them. Because that's not going to kill the fucking citizens.
Yeah, but
war is a pointless tool.
In order to replace leadership, it's like you have to have some worthwhile leaders. I don't know that they have any. You know, it's like you're going to get different flavors of shit.
You are, but it probably won't be as bad as fucking Mao's successor. Like, I'm fundamentally against war because it always kills civilians. And civilians largely aren't doing anything fucking wrong. It's one of the reasons why I respect Russia's restraint in the Ukraine issue.
Yep, they've been doing pretty good.
They're not murdering civilians outright, and that is... I'm sorry, that's respectable. Isn't there an international law against targeting the heads of state? Who gives a shit?
Probably, but Einbrecht doesn't care.
Who gives a shit about international law? Fuck that bullshit. They should be annihilated. They're not the... Like, because people... This is one of the reasons why I hate international laws. They're stupid. They protect not the people. They protect the people who govern the people. And I don't give two shits about... The moment you become a politician and it's exposed that you're corrupt, your life is over to me. You need to die. I don't care what country you're in. Fundamentally, I despise, as a rule, I despise politicians. They're just evil people. The CG Slums War Brigade might not pass the medical. We'd all have to be nurses. Maybe.
What? I'm murdering this pudding. Okay. Sounds good.
I trust him, to be quite honest with you, a guy that I'm not as left as. So I don't know who you got what your source is that's better than him. Maybe it is. I don't know how you determine
I don't just no. I just read everything on my own. I don't trust someone to just tell me
the thoughts I have. I'll tell you where most of my opinions before anything would Jimmy about it was on my YouTube feed. I would get this guy John Mearsheimer would come up a lot. So
fucking Mearsheimer, so his entire life's work is built on the premises that America's wrong.
Yes,
so obviously that's the
yes.
position he's going to take.
Where is the big "we were rights" that you can point to where I should feel confident?
John Mearsheimer was completely wrong about Europe in the 90s. He thought that the EU would fail and that they would all break apart into warring city-states, which obviously didn't happen because
Just
guess
England?
what? Liberalism can work.
Well,
No, it
look,
can't.
I used to have a old joke about it, like, you know, Monopoly.
It literally can't, dude. Do you know why they haven't broken apart into warring nation states yet? Because the fucking people in the EU don't have the balls to do it. It's not that they don't want to, Sitch. It's that they're fucking cowards.
It is on the road to breaking apart, though.
Yes, that's correct.
And that'll be all to the good.
It's an inevitability, and it will. It will be a net benefit to the rest of the world, because fuck the EU.
Chinese people have been conditioned to equate the Communist Party with China itself. Unweaving that web will be difficult. Yeah.
That's correct, but that's why you have to install someone. Maybe I don't know, the rulers from Taiwan. Maybe
My name's Liam Gray. I'm running for president of the local Australian chapter of NAMBLA.
NAMBLA.
Can I have your support?
Yes.
Yes, we will support you.
We will absolutely support you until we kick the chair out from under your feet, and then you will dangle.
Extra chilling for the EU. Oh, fucking God. Oh. Didn't know Einbrecht hated the extended universe so much.
Oh, dude, you know what, man? I actually really loved the Thrawn trilogy of books. The Thrawn books are so good. I haven't read them since I was in high school. Or was it high school? Fuck, man, it's been a dog's age.
Yeah, it's been like that long since I read them, but I listened to them from time to time. They came out with those unabridged audiobook versions.
Oh, they did audiobooks? Oh, fuck
yeah, for
yes.
the 20th anniversary, they did unabridged versions. So yeah, I listen to those pretty often. As a matter of fact,
Holy shit,
I've been doing it here just in the last couple of weeks. Oh,
I will
excellent.
definitely check that out, because that's actually one of the ways I consume the Black Library books from Warhammer 40K. I listen to the audiobooks on Audible. That sounds... I'm going to have to look and see if there's an audiobook on Audible of the Thrawn trilogy.
I can hook you up if you need me to.
Yeah, that sounds good. The Thrawn audiobooks are great. Yes. Okay, I'm really glad to hear you. Both of you like them. Two people I like them. That's enough for me. I'll check them out. Congrats. Liam Gray is now president of the Australian chapter of Nordic American Man Boy Loves. Yeah.
Ugh.
Could be a fun game, you know, but like, you ever run the bank? You ever be the one run the bank in Monopoly and then like not steal out of the like just take a 200?
I mean, I didn't, but I was in Eagle Scouts.
I used to steal out of the bank all the time.
Yeah, not because you're bad.
I'm the virtuous one here.
No, I am. I want to win. Fuck that.
Listen, not saying you're a bad person. You're going to put it back, but you know.
Well, sometimes I didn't, but.
But if that's what you would do, you know, to your own family, step on your mother's throat for an orange $500 bill. Imagine you're at a real bank with real money. What kind of shit would you get into then?
Yeah,
Which most people. So that's how the fucking shit works. Like, yeah, it'd be great if we could if everyone had the morals of an Eagle Scout, which are very admirable morals, especially when it comes to those dirty. I won't say.
I didn't touch any kids. Don't worry.
But
or neither
yeah,
was
like,
I touched.
Yeah, but I don't. The thing of the Eagle Scout, like to me, that's all for suckers now. There's not a single thing where I have no faith in anything coming from them before I even worry about what Putin said to me. And I'll hear anybody out. I'll hear their propaganda out even. I'll even hear out their propaganda. It's like when I was a Jehovah's Witness, there was this book that we weren't allowed to read. I just knew it was bad as a kid. This guy, Fred Franz, who was the head, his nephew got disfellowshipped and wrote a book exposing the governing body of Jehovah's Witnesses. Now, the governing body are AKA the faithful and discreet slave of Jehovah, who are when I was a kid, in my mind, they're like these really good men that are praying on every issue, and God's like guiding them and this and that. And this guy wrote a book that basically demystified the whole inside operations. And when I was an adult, I finally read it. I never read it because it was the bad book. I finally read it and I went, oh, this is why they didn't want you to read it. It wasn't over the top. It was just basically taking all the magic out of it and showing they were just shithead regular guys. And it was forbidden. I wasn't supposed to read because it was apostate. That's when you say propaganda, that's what it reminds me of. That's apostate. You're working against the truth with your apostate. And don't even look at it because it could shake your faith. So here's the thing. I have no fucking faith now. I don't have any. If I don't have it for fucking Jesus, I sure as shit don't have it for the lesser of two evils side of history or whatever the fuck we're supposedly on the side of. I still don't get. The reason I say what about is just if you're in your house and your person's going out to worry about the neighbors and people are starving in your house and you're going to go, hey, what about the people here in the house that you're the head of? You go, that's whataboutism. I'm not as bad as this guy. I don't give a shit about the guy down the street. I live here. It looks like Calcutta in L. Oh, you live in LA, right, Adam?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. It looks insane. It looks insane here. So then I start watching. Then I notice this wormy shit where it's not even as honest as a strongman dictator. Where they find my friend Joe Rogan. I mean, you would have thought they must have discovered large oil reserves within Joe Rogan for the amount of America government attacking him. It was fucking unbelievable.
Do you know where they found large oil reserves?
Where?
Crimea.
Okay.
And right before Russia invaded.
Mm-hmm.
Why is that not enter into the equation here of?
Well,
why would it? We don't fucking care. We have, typo. We have plenty of oil over here if we would just be willing to exploit it, but we're not. Sorry, were you saying something, Einbrecht?
Oh, I was just laughing. It was just the fucking. They also found natural gas reserves in Ukraine, which is why Biden was trying to get people into Burisma and all that shit. Like, they just casually ignore that. Sitch just casually fucking ignores that shit. Like, come on now.
I'll be honest with you. I have no idea if the story of. I know part of Ukraine because Ukrainians are fucking Russians, basically. Half of them
they're not. That's not true.
I mean, it's cabbage people.
Did you know why?
That's so evil.
Wait. You know why?
I'm Russian and Slovenian.
Wait.
Okay.
I'm 3/4 Russian too. Do you know why Eastern Ukraine has a large Russian population there?
Destabilizing Syria is entirely about a pipeline. Yeah, that sounds about right.
It's because of the Holodomor. It's because Stalin purposely starved the people to death in that region, causing the deaths of like 30 million people.
Yeah, right.
And then they said, there's good farmland here. Let's take a bunch of ethnic Russians and just move them into this area.
Right.
Okay?
That's why Khrushchev gave them Crimea, I thought.
Right. And they also took the native population of Crimea and they literally deported 90% of the native population away and replaced them with Russian.
Yes, those were bad things, and you could say that English settlers in America displacing native populations is a bad thing, but it's done. Get the fuck over it. You got to work with what is, not what might have been.
So, Ukraine and Russia has been tied together, but it's not like they're the same people. They've had a lot of conflict throughout their long lifespan.
Well, the point is, their side of the story is they did have a vote on it. It's just America said that vote wasn't a real vote, right?
Well, they had the army kind of came in and said, here, you're going to vote. And by the way, joining Ukraine isn't a vote, part of the option. You can only vote to be independent or join us while we point tanks at you.
Hey, I mean, that might well have happened. But again, I don't know why I should believe that you're not telling me look, I don't know.
Okay.
Why should I believe that's not propaganda?
No, I want you to go out there and look
seriously,
all these
why
claims
is
up on
that,
your own.
Why
you
is
shouldn't
that?
you shouldn't take my word for it. You're right. You shouldn't take my word for it.
Look,
but you should look into this stuff.
Did you ever try to get involved? You ever try to solve Israel Palestine like over yourself over a weekend, like a
Try to dig
Wikipedia?
in.
No, I would not. Well,
Just try to get.
So
You ever try to get to the bottom of it?
I know what you're
to
saying,
understand
Kurt.
it.
You're
I would never
saying
think
you never
egotistically
really
I
can.
could solve the problem, but
right.
But
I agree with you. That's like impossible. I can't trust anything that comes out of that because it's all just propaganda on both sides, and it goes back for so long. It's just like it's almost impossible to untie that knot.
Look,
and the problem, Kurt, and the problem.
Tartars were ungovernable. Communism couldn't contain them, so they were moved. So all those early Mario games were about getting kids to think about the value of oil pipelines. Probably. Thinking that a mere border on a map makes two people completely unrelated and different is a weird kind of bigotry. Yeah. It's kind of odd. But
Problem is, you're saying that it's impossible to solve, but you are taking a very hard stance as if you've solved it correctly.
Exactly.
I'm saying worry about all the people here first. If you're in government, which I like, why would anyone vote for any of these people? I mean, you got to give this to invading Ukraine. It kind of cured COVID a little bit, huh? That's amazing. That really went away.
Well, things
fast.
were kind of tapering off anyway.
Yeah,
with
COVID
Omicron,
was kind of over.
Oh, sure, but
I mean, it's definitely
not
sped
the
up.
official story of how you should feel about it. And I watched, because the people I watched all these people. I watched fucking Aziz. I like Aziz. I don't even want to be like me to Aziz, but I hadn't seen him in a while at the Comedy Store.
Mm-hmm.
And Aziz did, and his set was decent. It wasn't bad, but his whole joke about Aaron Rodgers, about like not to be mad at him because like he's a football player. He's one of these guys that does his own research. You know that fucking moronic thing that every mediocre midwit says, like, don't do your own
right.
Like,
but Jimmy Dore's doing his own. Actually, Jimmy Dore is paying some intern to do his research for him.
What do you mean?
So he's in the same situation as
Wait,
doing his own research. Jimmy Dore is doing his own research. We when we covered his video, he was literally reading from some nobody blog post just to verify what he wanted to say.
Boys, I just got confirmation. Liam, Ethan Ralph, and Patrick Tomlinson send each other boob pics to see as the best.
The best newbies. Yeah, they probably do. Ethan Ralph's definitely ahead by a large margin, though. He's got way more mass. Like he's got so much front butt. His fucking his tits are developing.
He's got multiple hog titties.
Yes, dude. I that shit makes me laugh. Like that's phenomenal. Being an athlete doesn't mean you're retarded. Agreed, yes. Dude, man. This is why I hate leftists. Like, well, no, this isn't the only reason. This is one of like hundreds of reasons I despise leftists. They're stupid. They're disingenuous. They're often liars. They're incapable of sticking to the point. And in some miracle, some miraculous situation where they manage to stick to the point, their point isn't even valid. There's no such thing as an intelligent leftist. I've come to accept it. The people who I formerly called my political bedfellows are all morons.
Correction. Cenk Uygur is also in it. And 1 second after Ralph.
Yeah, probably would. There's just the baffling shit about all of it. Just wait, what? I see time at Risey's Re-Education Center has made you very thoughtful. Oh man, it's people like Kurt Metzger and all these other idiots who fucking just. You respect Jimmy Dore, the dude who spit on Alex Jones. All right? Say what you want about Jones, but spitting on another fucking human being because you don't like their ideas, punching them because you don't like their ideas is fucking retarded. Striking their channels is fucking retarded, Liam. Also, how much you want to bet Liam will back down or find some fucking excuse to not pay my way over to Australia to kick his ass.
Probably. Or pretend he never heard about it.
Yeah, okay, yeah. It's more likely he'll pretend he never heard about it. That's fair.
Pirate Prince has taught us many valuable lessons.
I like Risey. He's a fun dude.
Just cherry picking information to make a narrative.
I mean, those are all look. Here's what I
fuck Substack.
didn't want to get into because I
It's
don't.
a leftist shit.
It's like when I argue with this flat earther on my show one time. I'm like, listen, I don't know any of the measurements. For all I know, it's.
Oh yeah, and I never knew anything about Liam's first book, Sway, but I saw that was it Fiona that posted something in Discord about it?
Yes.
And it was about flat Earth, apparently, or something like that. So he was advertising it to people and saying, "Hey, if you're into flat Earth, you'll love my book." It's like, what?
Liam was part of the flat Earth community. At
Oh
least
my
that's
God.
what the Kiwi Farms thread on him said.
Liam's been kicked out of more communities than I have joined. Like, that fucking should tell you everything you need to know about this idiot.
Oof.
Fucking flat. I just don't understand.
And for the record,
how
I'm
many
in like
people have to be
40
on this
Discord
conspiracy that doesn't affect my life on any level. Why it would be you need something that big? Like the world's flat, and I'm like, oh, that affects me in no possible way. What I fully don't get is, should I pretend that I'm at the pay grade where it matters to me anything about that shit? Like, why should Ukraine be under our influence and not Russia? I don't know. I'm sure it's terrible. I noticed the last few times we got involved in a thing.
Zelensky is a fucking politician who was installed by the U.S. government. Like, he is the enemy of the Ukrainian people. And he has proven that by shelling his own populace over a period of, 6 to 8 years?
Yeah.
So, fuck you. Fuck you, Sitch.
And he,
Zelensky,
and even the ones that he wasn't bombing himself, it's like he's getting more and more of those killed the longer that he draws this shit out.
Yep, precisely.
Yeah.
And
the dude is literally an installed dictator.
I don't know why you guys had to be naked the entire time, though.
Must be a perfect thing. Oh, fantastic. Also, I see when we were watching that stream last night that he finally banned Earthmind.
Oh, yes. Cross-dressing comedian.
The World Economic Forum?
The same people that voted for Joe Biden.
Dude, all right. See, I'm going to say this now, and I expect to get fucking lambasted for this, but cross-dressers, trannies, fucking anyone who supports the LGBT community, all of you get the wall. You get the wall.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way.
I like Blair White.
It's just, no, I can't stand Blair White. Blair White pretends to be the face of fucking conservatism and is literally a fucking gay dude. He fucks dudes.
We're in touch with our bodies, our own bodies. We don't touch each other's bodies.
It's just, oh my God, it baffles me. Like, how in the world can you claim to be conservatives and support a tranny? Their ideas are antithetical to conservatism.
Well, I don't necessarily consider myself a conservative per se. It's one of those, it's become a nebulous moniker. I'm not even sure what the fuck it means anymore. I mean, conservatism hasn't conserved a fucking thing, so.
No, it can't. They're cowards. It's why I'm not a conservative. I occasionally refer to myself as conservative, but it's probably a misnomer to use that word to describe myself. I'm more of a I don't know how to. I have libertarian leanings. I lean toward the right politically. I'm largely a believer. I have issues with organized religion.
Are you a traditionalist? Would you say, or?
Yeah, I believe women's role is to be the helpmate to the male. I believe that a woman's role is to produce and raise children. I believe the man's role is to turn those children into adults and provide for his wife and children.
Yeah, sounds pretty traditional. All right, so there you go. You got a label now.
Yeah. It disgusts me that society has become what it is today, to be entirely honest.
Well, I don't know what it's going to become in the future. I don't think it's ever going to go back to what it was, but I don't think it's going to be the pervert's utopia that the left wants it to be either.
No, honestly, it's only a matter of time before the normies rise up and start killing the leftists, and I'm good with that. I'm looking forward to it. What baffles me if Liam tries to make his milkshakes bring all the boys to the yard.
Well, he's into flat chests, right? So I guess that's why he's into boys.
Disaster.
That's
a waste of money.
That's the problem, though, because you're characterizing it as Ukraine is going to be a puppet of the United States, or
why
a
would
puppet
they be in NATO
of,
at all?
It
is
NATO Russia, and we're making a completely different argument.
This is the problem. Is that the 20?
Okay, they're making a completely different argument. In other words, they're arguing something that is not real, right? That's basically what Adam just said.
I don't know. At this point, he's just... It's just... Neither of these sides of this argument are in good faith. Metzger clearly didn't research anything he's talking about. Sitch clearly doesn't research anything he's talking about. Friended is just there to make comedic timing points that aren't as funny as he thinks they are. It's three retards in a tiny car.
2014 protests with Yakovich being ousted, which is what caused the current situation we're in right now, had literally nothing to do with NATO. It had to do with Ukraine wanting to create stronger financial ties.
They want to join the EU
bloc, right?
Isn't that ironic that Brexit happened? Like there was a whole fight to get the fuck out of it, and then there was a riot.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is ironic, and
I think the EU's turned out to be a fucking. I think every globalization thing is like turned out to be shitty as hell, and everything's merging into one. This is why I say it's all the same, because it's all merging into this one. The people at the very top, it's not a conspiracy. They're open about it. There's going to be all this like one merged thing, and then I don't know how it'll affect you as your podcasting career, but all the worker people are going to have to just level out their income with all these other countries that are willing to work for less. And so that's to me the bottom line of everything. So before I even hear about the morals of who the bad guys are, I want to know also, well, what resources are involved? I want to hear that first from the people going to work. What pipelines are involved? Because it always turns out to have something to do with that. After the fact.
You're putting forward like an impossible framework for geopolitics, because essentially we're saying is unless we are the perfect utopia,
you fucking disingenuous piece of trash. He's just saying that maybe we shouldn't fucking go to war for the sake of other people's nations. Like, I don't like this guy. Metzger's a moron. But you're saying that like this is some lofty goal that is unlikely to be obtainable. No, it's not. Just don't be a shitheel on the world stage. Let fucking countries self-govern. Exactly. Let countries self-govern until they fucking start engaging in genocide. Then intervene. If they start engaging in genocide, yes, absolutely intervene. But kill their leadership, not their fucking populace. Because 10 times out of fucking 10, the fucking people are terrified of their leadership. and only doing what they're told because they don't want to die. You have to remember, the average human being will pick the path of least resistance because they're cowards. Not everyone has the courage to stand up for their convictions, dude. The overwhelming majority of human beings are cowards. Fuck me. Like, this is why I don't like leftists. They do not acknowledge things like universal truths about human nature. They think we're all unique snowflakes. We're fucking not. That's why we largely experience drugs the same way. Like, and I mean like illicit drugs. I mean shit like marijuana, crack, so on and so forth. Because we have biologies that barely diverge from each other. That's why when people get high on the same shit, they largely have similar trips. We're wired just almost identically. This is why I don't like leftists. This is one of the many, many, many reasons I do not like their kind. They're stupid. They like to ignore biological reality. You can't. You cannot ignore biological reality. The vast majority of human beings
To which the leftists say, "Oh yeah, watch us."
Yeah, exactly. The overwhelming majority of human beings want to be led. And in order to be led, you need to have an authoritarian shitbag at the helm. Otherwise, society will deteriorate. I don't like Putin, but I fucking respect what he does for his people in many cases. The shit that the oligarchs were doing to the common folk, like stealing their money and all that garbage, he took it back for them. So fuck off.
Would you like to read this?
Goddamn. I just seen Ralph's titty pic. Fuck, he really gives them long boob black chicks in Africa a run for their money. Yeah, pretty much. Like, he's discussed. Sitch may finally notice some things. Something's up when gas prices skyrocket and people around the world say, yes, exactly. It's literally the U.S.'s fault.
Did they ever stop hating American tourists?
No, not really, because if you look at many American tourists, when they go backpacking around the world, they'll actually put the Canadian flag on their.
Yeah, now Trudeau's working to ruin that for them.
Yep, pretty much. Well, I mean, Trudeau was always going to ruin that because he's Trudeau. He's the demon seed of Margaret Trudeau and whatever the Cuban communist dictator's name was. Fidel Castro. That's it. Because have you ever seen the side-by-side pictures of them?
Yeah. Yep.
That man does not look like his quote-unquote father. He looks like his actual father. And
just,
for the
just
record,
missing the beard.
yeah. And for the record, he had a beard for a while, and he looked even more like his actual father.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, dude, it was unreal. And something that people love to ignore, Margaret Trudeau was a swinger. She regularly fucked other dudes, including Fidel Castro, for the record.
Studying how do you pronounce
Duvalier personally terrorized Haiti is fascinating. He was hands-on. Is Duvalier the one who had the death squad shit going on? It's been a long time since I read up on him. Why is this paternity joke so overtold? It's not a joke, dude. Like, straight up. I guarantee you, if you test their DNA, you will find that there's a 99.9% likelihood that he is Castro's retarded child.
No one can have any opinion about anything.
Have all the
going on
opinions you
across the rest of
want.
the
I don't
world.
want to be involved. I don't want any wars where we get involved in another country.
Okay, so again, if the opinion is just I don't want to be involved, I want to be a complete isolationist, we wouldn't be having this conversation. But that's not what the opinion is.
I don't think we have to be an isolationist. I think that National Endowment for fucking Democracy, which by the way, this is not propaganda. This is true. That used to be something we did with Subterfuge, and they made an organization that openly supports regime change. I'm starting to get the feeling it's fucking obnoxious of us to even have the balls to announce what regime should change to what. If I were to say, by the way, the election was totally
Oh my
fine.
God, I
I
agree
wanna
with
make
Matt
that clear
Square
'cause I
again.
don't
What
want
the
you to
fuck is wrong with me? Like, legitimately, he's correct here, though. We have no business deciding who takes up the fucking mantle. This is why, like, this is why when I propose, like, this is why when I say we need to deal with the leaders of China, I don't say we should install a government. We need to let the people figure out how they want to be governed. And if they're no longer afraid of their government, they no longer have fear dictating their every waking moment, I think they will eventually come to their own conclusions. Like, and fuck bullshit, international, don't target the leaders of a country. Fuck that. The leaders are the ones that do the most evil in the world. They're the ones that die first, in my opinion. Did you watch the Kino Casino last night? No, I missed it, but I saw that it popped up in my feed. It looks like it's going to be a good one, Jabba. You know, Castro's Trudeau's father is disturbing as grandma slipping you the tongue when you have to kiss her goodbye. I mean, at that point, is grandma really grandma, or does she have dementia and doesn't know who you are anymore? Like, I hope that's not deliberate. Because if it is, it's degenerate as fuck.
Your channel, right?
Thank you.
But if I were to say the wrong thing, that I didn't trust it, you know, like the Al Gore election, everybody said was stolen.
Do you think we won't lose our channel over that?
Yeah, like I don't see how. Like, if you could actually be censored in that way for thinking that the election, which I don't think, I think it was 100% on the up and up. If
Your
you lose
eyes
like,
say the opposite, though, Kurt. I mean, really.
But why would that? Like, they can censor you for that? That's crazy. So
we're
let's
getting,
say an
back
election.
into whataboutism, but
Yes, that's a stupid fucking term. I don't know why anyone says it other than they want to just
because it's a logical fallacy.
Well,
it's a fucking hypocrisy.
Well, it also has nothing.
No.
Our election has nothing.
How does OJ feel about the killings?
Fuck these idiots and their logical fallacy bullshit. A straw man, sure, I can agree that straw man is bullshit. Like, straw manning someone's fucking argument is fucking gay and weak. And women do that shit. Grown men should not. But the slippery slope, the whataboutism, those are not legitimate fucking fallacies. Ad hominem absolutely is a bullshit fallacy as well, because insulting someone instead of addressing their point is fucking gay if you're having a legitimate conversation. But including insults in your rebuttal is not an ad hominem, and that's something a lot of these idiots get wrong. You actually can include insults in your rebuttal. They just cannot be the focus of your rebuttal.
Yeah, you're wrong because blah, 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 and you're an asshole.
Exactly. See, that is not an ad hominem by the rules, the very definition of ad hominem. But you're a faggot, therefore you're wrong, is an ad hominem. Like, it's just, people are stupid. People are fucking stupid. I'm not saying Sitch was saying that here. I'm just saying, like, most of these fucking bullshit fallacy, well, that's a logical fallacy. No, the slippery slope is real. Fuck you. Like, literally, conservatives said for years, they'll normalize homosexuality, then they'll normalize transgenderism, then they'll normalize fucking kids. And what are they fucking doing in that exact order? Yeah. Slippery slope, my fucking aching ass.
Well, as I said, it's there is not a logical connection there, but the left isn't logical, so
no. The left is.
You're wrong because it goes against my narrative, and you hurt my wee-wee.
Yes, you hurt my wee-wee indeed. Whataboutism is relevant only when the comparison is random. Yes, random or diversionary. That's a fair point. It's to avoid stupid people arguments like, what about Hitler or Satan? Comparing U.S. and Russia seems relevant here. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree that comparing them is relevant, but it's foolishness. Einbrecht, don't say slippery slope my ass in the same sentence. Oh, God. Fair enough.
OJ,
Let me explain. No, let me explain. Okay. It's important because if the argument is that you're being a hypocrite, then yes, obviously it's entirely relevant to bring up, someone's own actions. But if the argument isn't about that, the argument is simply about some local thing. You're saying, why did you do X? Okay. If someone wrongs you, Kurt, someone steps on your toe and you're like, what the fuck? Why'd you step on my toe? And they say, what? You've probably stepped on people's toes in the past. You've probably done bad things in the past. You're like, well, that's not relevant to why you stepped on my toe right now. That's why it's a logical fallacy. That's what whataboutism is
That
about.
analogy is a little weak because it's more like I'm supposed to comment on some other toe stepping that's not happening to me specifically and get like moral indignation about it. Look, I just don't have any energy in me. Here's a better way to put it. I don't have any energy in me.
He's like, I do have a lot
lots of energy in you. I don't understand.
I don't have any energy in me to work up another fucking bad guy of the week bullshit thing that I've seen for 20 fucking years. I don't have it in me. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, because you already have your
Six is
bad guy
heavily.
forever set out.
You're doing great.
Do you think
it's just Christianity? You take the rafter out of your own eye before you pull the.
There you go. Do you think that
out of your
people
brother's eye?
who live in countries should have their own sovereignty to make their own decisions about what their country does?
Yes.
Yes, unless it's Venezuela, and then we need to go help them.
Yes, the countries should absolutely have their own sovereignty. Up until they violate the sovereignty of another nation, they should absolutely. Einbrecht wants to invade you. Everyone defend you. Yes, gird your back doors, gentlemen. I'm coming for them, or possibly in them. Geez, though, it's just. I don't agree with Russia invading Ukraine, but at the same time, like, now that they've done it, there is no going back.
Yeah, and this is also the false dichotomy that they're trying to use here. Is like they're positing the alternatives are Russia's invading the Ukraine, or they could have stayed out and Ukraine remains entirely sovereign and they make their own decisions. It's like, but that's not what was happening. The U.S. was making the decisions for them.
You're that's precisely it. Like, Zelensky is an installed dictator. He's a U.S. puppet. Like, I have no interest in. They weren't their own. They didn't have sovereignty. So to pretend that they had sovereignty is ignorant of reality. But I can't expect a fucking pop culture commentary faggot to actually research geopolitics before he talks about them. Yeah. It is what it is, man. Like, yeah. 2 minutes of hate. Watching others do it in real time is so surreal. I mean, I could not. I fucking can't. Lastly, using large words like dichotomy. How rude.
Okay, so you're in favor of that.
No, I'm being sarcastic.
No, I understand the Venezuela. I'm talking about sovereignty. I knew you were joking.
But you are in favor of nations having sovereignty, right? Obviously.
I have a question.
It's not a gotcha question.
Well, no.
I want to ask you this.
That's why I don't understand. So
what is a sovereign nation? The difference between that and a nation? I'm asking for real. I have no idea. I always hear it's wrong to invade a sovereign nation. Isn't a nation sovereign? Like, what makes it sovereign as opposed to just a nation? I thought by definition a nation is sovereign.
You're right. That is stupid to say.
It depends. What I'm talking about is having people choose their leaders. Okay, the sovereignty comes from the people via some democratic process versus the sovereignty of the nation coming from a dictator who holds the power, holds the country through military.
All right, random complaint. Completely off topic. Why do the fucking Asian nations get so many cool flavors of shit? I just saw a picture for Pepsi Ice Cucumber. The whole bunch of Asian writing all over it.
I mean, I don't know, man. They just do. Look at Nigga chocolate pudding, one of the greatest products to ever exist.
I hadn't heard of that. Where's that from?
Give me 1 second. I will show it. You've never seen nigga chocolate pudding. Give me 1 moment to find the meme. It's a meme. It's in my document. Oh, yes. It's just funny. I believe it's a Japanese product. Here it is. And of course, someone put the little "that's racist" kid in the corner of the screen because that does make it more funny. In all fairness, share screen. I want a Brave tab. I want that one.
Let the hate flow through you.
Yes, dude. Yeah, it is what it is, man. I just don't like these people because they're dishonest. But yeah, this is nigga chocolate pudding. There are lots of great products in Japan. It's just they have so much great shit.
Yeah, I think I saw lemon Snickers. I think that was Chinese though. But
oh, dude, lemon is actually. Wait, have you seen Japan's Kit Kat flavors? Yeah, dude, Japan has fish flavored ice cream. Like that tells you how diverse their tastes are. Yeah, be Cluent. They have great shit over there. I can't remember what the chips are called, but there are hilariously named chips in Japan that make fun of lesbians. Like it's just like they're called like dyke chips or something like it's
dichotomy
absurd.
chips.
Let me see if I can find them.
I like shrimp chips. I've had those before.
Van Dyke. No, I'm gonna have to look for it in my meme folder because I think I'm misremembering what the name was. Sorry, you can keep playing the video and just look.
How do you like my avatar, by the way?
The Coca-Cola. I mean, I used to love Coca-Cola, and then they stopped making. I don't know what they did to it. It doesn't taste the same anymore. It was great in the 90s, and there's just I don't know what the fuck they did to it since then. It just tastes acidy and sugary now. I don't like it.
Did they used to use real sugar in Canada, and they switched to?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I honestly don't know. The flavor changed around the early 2000s, and it just stopped. I just don't like it. Oh, corn syrup. Okay.
Yeah, corn syrup.
They stopped that. Corn syrup ruins everything. I hate that shit. It's
See if you can
disgusting.
find a Mexican Coke. Those are still made with. Those are still made with.
Okay, I will have a look-see because I don't like corn syrup. It's disgusting. It ruins everything it's put in.
We don't have corn syrup in our Coca-Cola. I have cherry Coke here, original.
Dude, nice.
And they have none corn syrup in it. And our cherry Coke tastes very different to the American.
There isn't like xylitol or anything else in it either, is there? Because I hate that shit too. I don't like artificial sweeteners either.
Yeah, we have real sugar in our Coke.
Very nice.
And I don't like the American cherry Coke.
Oh no! I found one of the good ones. Give me 1 second. All right, let's open it up in that program. Oh god! I found one of the good ones while looking for the bag of chips. I found this. One of the greatest named foods in history.
What the hell is that?
As the name says,
six faggots and gravy. All right. Just delicious.
Helmet, do you know soda called Spetz or similar? Is it lemon Coke?
Well, it's called Spezi, and it's from the Coca-Cola company. It's a mix of Coke and Fanta. You know Fanta, the orange soda from Coca-Cola company?
So it's a mixture of cola and orange.
Yeah. We have very different brands in Germany who sell similar of this stuff. We have one
So
called
it's not a
Schwipschwap.
lemon Coke then. It's an orange Coke.
It's an orange Coke, yeah.
They sell Coca-Cola Orange over here.
Yeah, that's basically our Coca-Cola Orange, because we don't have Coca-Cola Orange. We have Spezi. Spezi.
I mean, that sounds like it would be tasty.
If you filled up a Coke can with Pepsi and vice versa, could you tell the difference? Yes.
Yep.
And what's the difference between the two? Find Coke sweeter? No, Pepsi sweeter. I mean, and objectively so. It's got more sugar in it. I forget how much more. Several grams more, I believe.
Yeah.
It seems like there's less carbonation in Pepsi to me, or something. People describe it, at least around here, describe it as Coke is more refreshing, and I think that's a reference to the greater carbonation.
I couldn't say it.
Yes, it's Nasser's audience.
What the faggot?
The 6 faggots in gravy.
but he isn't. But NASA isn't friends with Stupendous anymore. So 5 faggots. No.
Could you spell it?
Spezi. But we have a different brand, and it's called funnier than Spezi. It's called Schwipschwap.
Oh God.
Can you say Schwipschwap?
No.
Oh, I found another one on the search for the bag of chips. This is another good one. These are Negro black licorice candies.
Pepsi more citrusy.
They're made by Giori, and they're Negro black licorice candies.
Awesome.
Like I'm telling you, man, fucking some of this shit is named hilariously.
I like the it was brought up on an HB stream one time. What was it? It was some kind of ice cream that they sell in India, and it has like Hitler's face on it, and the Nazi emblem. Forget what it's called.
I posted you guys the Schwipschwap battle in the Discord.
But one of the flavors, I believe, was called Luftwaffe. So
Luftwaffe.
Luftwaffe.
It's airborne,
Yeah.
German airborne from
Yeah.
World War
So
II.
the
That
flavor
sounds strange.
Yeah.
Hey, I like me some Honey Himmlers.
Australia.
Yes, the Honey Himmlers and the Adolfos.
Yeah.
That shit was funny, man.
I wish it would be real.
This one is food related and just funny. I will
That is
share it.
fucking awful. Australia's coon cheese had to change its name last year.
See, I hate that shit. This is food related.
That's like the fucking what is that butter? It's from Minnesota, I think. Isn't it?
Here's
Land
a really
O'Lakes,
good one
that's
for
it.
you.
Land O'Lakes
Had to
butter.
remove the
fucking
Indian chick
remove
from their
the
label.
Indian, and there's no reason to. Like, there's nothing offensive about that. It's just like, oh no, we got a native girl on here. We got to get her off. And
I love the jokes people were making about the removal of the Indian chick from the label too. It's like they basically, I can't remember the exact phrasing, but it amounted to typical fucking corporation led by white people. Steal everything but get rid of the fucking Indian. I laughed so hard when I read that fucking meme. Yeah, this one's one of my favorites. Just the nervous look on the other dude's face, like, what the fuck just happened? Oh man, I absolutely love good comics. It's just the fucking Fozzie Bear's like, hey buddy, still fighting with the wife? Kermit responds with, not anymore. And he's working as a butcher and selling pork chops for $2.99 a pound. And yes, Ron Elmo.
Coon cheese commercials are great. Made by
Have you ever
Kraft,
seen the panda
Run,
commercials?
The what commercials?
Have you ever seen the panda commercials out of Japan?
No.
Oh my god. Okay, we're fixing that right now. You will love these. They are so good. Chat is in for a treat if they haven't seen them.
Whip schwap.
It's very
Oh,
short,
orange.
too.
And how do you spell or pronounce that next one?
The chips?
Chips frisch?
Chips fresh, yeah, it means chips fresh.
Oh.
And the flavor is
Curry.
interesting.
Currywurst style?
Yeah, currywurst style.
Dude, actually, you want to know something about... okay, so we have this wonderful sausage fusion in Canada called Oktoberwurst. And what it is it's a bratwurst combined with Oktoberfest. And they are fucking delicious. And they are really, really, really good with pasta.
I'm not that much a fan of bratwurst, but I really like merguez. Do you know merguez, the French bratwurst?
I've actually never had it. I know of it, but I've never once had it, unfortunately.
It's a mix of beef and lamb.
Oh, that sounds delicious, dude.
And has some oriental spices in it, and it tastes delicious.
Oriental spices. That sounds racist.
Yeah, it's the French have the receipt from the Muslim countries they colonized.
Nice.
Yeah, from Algeria, by the way. But it's one of the most delicious sausages I've ever eaten in my life.
Oh man, but yeah, that panda cheese commercial that I just shared in private chat. Oh god, Alasi. Holy fuck, some of the funniest shit you will ever see.
I have never had curry sausage. I've had very few curry things. Curry's not that popular around here. Too much drama. Someone explained the whole wiggle thing. I missed his stream that explained it all. It got struck down, I think. Einbrecht?
It can be done without too much drama. Can someone explain the whole wiggle thing? I missed the stream that explained it all. Oh, what about it? Like, what specifically are you looking for an explanation of? Because I missed the stream when it got taken down before. Like, is there an alleged beef between Wiggle Wiggle and someone else, or what exactly is... Hello? I know, he's obviously typing up a response. It's not as simple as responding in voice when he's not in StreamYards with us.
Orange Coke. Been wondering about that for over 10 years. I assume there's a breakup in Pangea.
Okay, so my understanding is someone went tattling to teacher, and
Who the hell's teacher in this instance?
it's not really my place to say.
Okay.
Someone went tattling to teacher, and there's beef between the people who tattled and the people who didn't like the tattling. That's basically what it is. I don't participate in like intergroup bullshit. I'm not interested.
For the purposes of simplicity, I will assume that tattling to teacher is screaming it testifies ghosts. The sky. All right. Now, what is this thing? Oh my God. Stop showing it to me in that way, you piece of shit. Too many fucking directories here.
فايز اعمل لك معايا سندوتش جبنه.
Just you know why you and
باندا ما يتقلهاش لا.
صباح الخير يا استاذ صفي. يلا يا باشا
hell was that?
جايبه لك النهارده سندوتشات جبنه.
لا والله ماليش نفس. Just you know why you and I will by and by.
It's basically to explain.
ما يتقلهاش لا.
The guy refuses to eat the panda cheese, and the panda's just like, fuck you.
Just you know why.
That fucking face.
باندا
The
ما
panda's such an
يتقلهاش لا.
asshole. I just love it.
ايه ده؟ ما تيجي نجيب باندا يا بابا.
يا ابني ما جبنا حاجات كتير.
Just you know why you and I will by and
The panda's such a dick. And it's literally
باندا ما يتقلهاش لا.
I love this shit so much. It's so good.
عشان نجيب باندا يا بابا.
just you know why you and
باندا ما يتقلهاش لا.
I love this shit so much.
And what Cecil beef are we talking about?
If we're talking about the Cecil beef, the Cecil shit happened because Wiggle went hard at Cecil for supporting Dynamite, and they were known SJWs and were largely staffed with SJWs or SJW collaborators. And
Okay, that was a long time ago, right? Wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And Cecil still hasn't forgiven him for it because Cecil's a little bitch.
Oh.
That's the biggest fuckface of CG. I really hate that guy. For the record.
I don't like or dislike him. I don't pay attention to him. He doesn't entertain me.
Now
He
I'm
was-
more curious than ever.
I actually liked him when he was paired up with Nurkic because I thought they were a great duo. They played off each other well, but Cecil by himself doesn't entertain me at all.
But that fucker was in the midst of every controversy regarding CG. Every infighting, he was in the middle of it.
Yeah, the premise of all the commercials, dude, man, and one of the reasons why I love them so much is basically people refusing to eat or buy panda cheese, and the panda just shows up and destroys everything because he's like, "Fuck you."
That is, however, a great a great way to describe it. Continental drift.
Continental drift is.
Don't have any notifications usually. I those even if stream comes down. Okay.
Military role. That's probably what they're talking about in your example.
Oh, I wasn't making a point. I was asking because I don't know.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's a distinction they're making. They're making distinction.
Oh, and Helmut, I put something in the Discord for your viewing pleasure.
Okay.
Between dictatorships holding their own sovereignty over the country and elected officials via democratic processes.
So it's okay if it's if it's a dictator, it's okay to invade.
It's okay if it's a dictator because it's viewed as not the will of the people, right?
Yes.
Right.
So that makes sense, right?
Well, no, I don't think it's still like.
Do you think
mind your fucking business?
Do you think it's better to have do you think people would rather live under a dictator or have a free democratic state?
I think what we learned from remember in Iraq when there's not enough.
I do, yeah.
So remember what they would say when it wasn't going right. They go, I remember this so vividly. It was one of the dumbest things I ever heard in my life. They go, they don't have enough Thomas Jeffersons and George Washingtons there.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's not. And like, oh, you mean maybe you didn't know shit about the people?
Well, I completely agree with the argument that you're making, but we're asking you.
Sometimes they like the Putins and the Assads that are really them.
So it sounds like you agree that a free democratic nation would be better than living under an authoritarian dictator.
100%.
But we fucked up in Iraq because that's what we wanted.
What?
Nice tits, 7 out of 10.
To do, but we
she's
couldn't
no
do it.
Rosetta.
Although that doesn't cover the why we're gonna go, like why we're gonna pick one place over another to go.
Which I agree with you, and I was against the war in Iraq, and because exactly who are we to step in and say we've decided you're getting democracy today. I don't even think that's going to work. So, but you do agree, there's
trying to force democracy on Iraq was fucking retarded. The
Yes.
only thing the U.S. should have done was gone in, gotten rid of their leaders, and said, govern yourselves.
really three outlooks here, and you're ignoring one of them. So you're saying
what's
that,
the other outlook?
Well, you're saying that Ukraine is either going to be a puppet of America or a puppet of Russia. So, but let me give you three different outcomes, and you.
Yes, it is currently a puppet of America. Therefore,
puppet of America, you fucking idiot. If you actually bothered to read before you commented on this shit, you would know that. But I don't expect fucking leftist retards and neocons. I know, that's a duplicative statement. To understand that they literally, Zelensky is an installed dictator. He is a U.S. puppet. He is not a legitimate politician. And the only politicians who are legitimate, for the record, are the ones who work for the people. Schwip schwap, I schrick die.
Oh my god.
The hell does that mean?
I don't know what it means, but Helmet finds it funny, so it must be fucked up.
Because it sounds so funny. Oh god. It's funny when Germans say it, but when you guys say it, it's more funny.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's some retard. It's some retard from the other side of the fucking planet trying to approximate your language, right? Of course it's going to be funny.
It's like the most retarded named drink here in Germany. Even we Germans laugh
Refresh
about that
you
name.
fruity. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh my god, what a name for a drink. Refreshes you fruity is apparently also another translation for it. That's fucking wonderful. What a name.
Like the Rudy Tooty Fresh and Fruity breakfast deal or something.
For explanation, Schwip Schwap describes the waves the drink makes when you pour it into the glass.
Okay.
No, Schwip Schwap.
I've never listened that closely, I guess. Never went into Iraq because Saddam hated Iran. They were natural enemies. Yeah. Yeah, they were pretty effective at keeping one another occupied.
You can rank order.
What? Helmet, did you say something?
Schwip Schwap.
I want you to tell me which is least offensive to most offensive, right? There's a free democratic state, Ukraine. There's a puppet of America, Ukraine, and there's a puppet of Russia, Ukraine. So which of these is the best outcome?
I'm sure a free democratic state is the best
Yeah, that'd be the best outcome, but it's not going to happen.
outcome. However,
I agree.
I
Number
would
one.
disagree with you that I'm sure it's a
let's
corrupt
set
nightmare.
that. Let's just set that aside for a second, okay? Let's go number 2, right below free democratic.
Let's set the problem aside.
Ukraine. Is it puppet of America or is it puppet of Russia?
Well, they've got resources, so it's going to be our puppet, obviously.
No, it's better for it to be a puppet of Russia.
So a puppet. Okay, so we agree there again. A puppet of America is better than a puppet of Russia.
Nope.
Why?
And then obviously in last place, puppet of Russia.
Why?
Worst case
Why
scenario.
is it better?
Nope.
Well,
Who's it
because
better for? How do I know?
I thought you said it was better. I'm confused.
I'm saying it's better. I'm saying it's better because
A free democratic state is better.
the
I'm not
best,
sure-
obviously,
Right.
yes,
A puppet of America
is better than a puppet of Russia because
I wouldn't even weigh in on such a stupid choice, but I'll tell you what, the people there, hey, we want to be a puppet of whatever.
the reason
I don't care about that.
The
Why
reason
is-
the reason I would say it's a lesser of two evils is because America isn't going to come in and take all their resources and
What a fucking moron.
not. Well, we're going to at least try to get some of.
No. We, as in the government, is not going to come in and take the resources, but corporations, yeah, and shady backroom deals with politicians, which we already know about. Yeah, that's going to happen. Has been happening.
No,
the
businesses
money
are gonna
to
do
the-
it. The
the
businesses are
people.
going to.
We are not going to try to give some of the money to
business
the
are going to take all
people.
the resources.
No, we are not going to do that. Our
Listen,
business is going to take
What
resources.
what does it mean to be a puppet of America? Because this is the key, the contention.
What even is a puppet of America? Come on, guys. Yes, exactly.
Here, that doesn't make any sense to me. Because in Ukraine, the people, America
Well,
didn't tell
here's
anyone
an-
to
here's
do.
an example.
The people made the
right.
free choice to vote in certain politicians.
No, they didn't.
To closer align themselves with the EU over Russia.
No.
That's not being a puppet of America. That's people making a choice.
Hey, man.
Just like people made a choice to elect Joe Biden. Exactly the same kind of choice. Romney's on the energy board. I did not know that, but I'm not surprised. Not surprised to hear that.
Let's assume that's how that happened, and all the other shit to the contrary.
Sounds like I missed something
is-
good.
What?
Sounds like I missed something good. Biden's on the energy board. Romney is on the energy board.
Propaganda, okay, and there wasn't any kind of U.S. trying to, even though we openly do that all the fucking time in every history.
Do you know specific things that make it not true, or is this just a sense, a feeling?
Well, I guess both. I mean, I don't dismiss the Oliver Stone documentary out of hand. I think what I questioned about the Oliver Stone documentary was where he's like, Nobody could prove Putin poisoned that fucking guy whose fucking face caved. I mean, obviously Putin poisoned that guy. Who the fuck else would have done that? However,
Plenty
all
of
the
other
dirty
people would have done that.
Dude, you know what? I'm completely against this fucking narrative that Putin did it, because if you can't fucking prove he did it, fuck off. And yes, I understand there is the argument that he's a former spy master. Fine. I'm willing to take that into account. But without evidence, I'm not going to indict another man's character. That's fucking simple. And this is one of the reasons why I don't like Kurt Metzger and people who think like him. People who think like him say that they love to make the argument where there's smoke, there's fire. No, where there's smoke, there isn't necessarily fire, you retards. Other chemical reactions other than fire can cause smoke, you fucking moron. Burning rubber, for instance. When you superheat your tires too much on a hot road by fucking driving in place, that kind of thing, that causes smoke. There's no fire there, you fucking morons. I hate the argument of where there's smoke, there's fire. That's not accurate. People like that are the people who convicted Michael Jackson in the court of public opinion. Was Michael Jackson creepy? Absolutely. Dude creeped me the fuck out. But you know what? I saw no evidence that he was a pedophile.
He creeped me even more out after he transitioned to Nancy Pelosi.
Oh. It's an isotope from a state facility. Are they sure which state facility? Or which state's facility?
Yeah, exactly. Because the
government
reason
did
why
it.
I say that...
Not Putin, but it was someone. Yeah, well.
Yeah, the reason why I say that, though, dude, man, is anyone with clearance can get access to that shit.
Wasn't even a master
He was
spy.
a lawyer that worked for the KGB, like how the CIA has... Oh, okay.
Ah.
He lived and worked a long time in East Germany. He speaks fluent German.
Ah.
And maybe that changed a little bit his mindset to his further politics. Because he hates Germany. you can see that. And rightfully so.
Nuclear power plant. Okay.
tricks that America does that don't mean we don't do them just because bad people said we did it. It doesn't. In fact, 20 years later, you find out we were doing horrible shit every time. You could go 20 years later and find out, oh, now we can openly say we were doing this, this, and that. And then people go, wow, CIA sure was crazy back then. Well, it's good they're good now and not doing crazy. Meanwhile, everybody found out they've been spying on us. All this other shit that infringes on your fucking rights. They can arrest you just because they don't necessarily. There's no habeas corpus, but you could just be grabbed.
Yeah, dude, for the record.
And they do it to people.
Metzger's not fucking wrong here. The alphabet agencies are corrupt as shit. And if you need more evidence of that, just look at the fact that the U.S. and other countries have licensed the wonderful little fucking rootkit software known as the Pegasus program, or whatever the hell Israel calls it, from Israel. You know what that is? That's a spy software. How long until the government mandates it is on all phones? How long?
Hopefully the government collapses before that. Okay, Ultra did what to children? Yeah. Sorry. Leftist defensive alphabet agencies has been the weirdest consequence of recent times. Well, yeah, and they're defensive Nazis. And
not surprising. J. Edgar Hoover was a fat faggot. That's not even a stretch. He was gay.
Oh, was he? I thought he was just a
Oh,
cross-dresser.
I got a funny PETA picture to share. Where is it? Brave tab right there. I disagree with this line. I will and have eaten horse and rabbit. They are both delicious.
Okay, I'll take your word for that. I don't think I'd be all that interested in a horse. I would eat a rabbit if it.
You can't sustain yourself for a long period on rabbit, though. You'll eventually run into caloric deprivation because rabbits don't have much in the way of fat on them.
Yeah, and they have no nutrients whatsoever. You can make a good stew with potatoes and onions, but not as good.
I will eat everything at and after the rabbit. The rest of those animals are pets. I don't like cats, but I still recognize them as pets. The dogs, they're all pets. Rabbit, horse is basically a work animal, but you might as well turn it into meat anyway if it's fucking dying. Like, come on, dude.
But who in the hell eats Highland cows? They are not made for eating.
I don't know.
Yeah, that one baffles me a little bit. Aren't Highland cows? Isn't the point of them to like pull? What are they called? What are those fucking devices that irrigate?
Plows.
Plow. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
They are pulling plows, and you can use their fur.
Lifelong bachelor, totally not gay.
Hasenpfeffer, yes. Rabbit stew.
Dude, you know what? When it's made well, Hasenpfeffer is really good. It's a shame that it's not particularly nutritious, but it is what it is. Like there's a lot of food that's delicious that isn't nutritious. Candy, for instance. Dessert. Most desserts are not nutritious in any capacity. They're just fun to eat.
Yeah, I had a couple of lemon flavored desserts. They were from Canada, actually.
Nice. Dude, lemon squares, super simple, but one of my favorite desserts, period. I love them.
Yeah, I had a lemon tart and
lemon tarts are
lemon.
Awesome. I like lemon cranberry.
Is that what those are called? Madelines?
Nice. Madelines, but yeah. I like lemon cranberry and lemon raspberry more than plain lemon, but lemon tarts are still really good. Like lemon raspberry tarts are fucking incredible.
I mean, lemon raspberry. I guess I've had like raspberry lemonade, but I haven't had that combination in a dessert.
Lindsey Graham's interest in Ukrainian men is also purely educational, no doubt. Another lifelong bachelor. Yes, another lifelong bachelor who does the 5-knuckle shuffle to young boys with their shirts off, just like Liam Gray.
He was probably the most disappointed when McCain died.
Dude, when I saw him fist bumping a fucking Democrat on the floor in that one like infamous video, I just rolled my eyes and went, "This fucking faggot."
Yeah, they all fucking suck. It's just unbelievable.
If politicians still feared the people, they would serve the people. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Well, clearly we've had too few of them lynched in recent decades.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. That's why they don't fear the population.
Started doing it, I guess, to enough people yet that anybody cares about here. But that's the thing they've been doing for a while. Okay? That's Patriot Act. All the bullshit of the Patriot Act, where everybody didn't care, and I didn't care at the time. I was like, well, if they got to do it for... That's how I thought. It's fucking terrifying. And they're getting more and more power as it goes. And then when you see scary shit, which is what I saw on Jimmy's show, which is what I like about Jimmy's show, you could see the Justice Department labeling extremists and terrorists. And it's anybody who's just not on board. Like, it's crazy the language they use. It's not just Jimmy's show. I saw it on Breaking Points. I saw it on The Hill. I saw it on a whole bunch of stuff. A whole bunch of people think it's great.
I love hearing Sitch sigh. He sounds so demoralized. You're doing great,
I am so
Kurt.
demoralized. I just don't understand.
You're demoralized. I can't believe.
I don't understand why
Kurt.
we can't just say America does bad stuff, other countries do worse stuff, and we have to make decisions about the options presented.
Because America sometimes does the worst stuff, you shitbird.
Yeah. Yeah. Abolish the Hughes Amendment, GCA, NFA, ATF. Dude, I despise the ATF. Like, I'm sorry. I agree just 1,000,000,000% with Nick Rekieta on his points about the ATF. Alcohol, tobacco, firearms.
Yes, three things that don't need to be regulated by the fucking government.
That sounds like a fucking corner store to me. That doesn't sound like something that needs to be regulated.
Okay, we have to make decisions. I think the decision to be, until you fix shit for people here, shut the fuck up about Ukraine. Anyone in the government. That's how I feel.
Fucking childish, though.
Why
No,
would it
it's
be
not.
childish to take care of your
It's a valid point. Sitch, you're an idiot. Fuck me. Okay, if we're gonna, and I say this we as people in North America, if we are going to go out into the rest of the world and pretend to be moral arbiters, we had goddamn well better be perfect at home, morally speaking, before we pretend to be the moral arbiters for the rest of the world. It's a valid point. You just don't like it because you're a relativist and you don't believe morality exists. You fucking disingenuous little piece of trash. Find a sturdy tree, find a rope, do it for the sake of humanity.
In Minecraft.
No,
you don't think that's going to backfire eventually?
What
And
do
that's
you?
why
Okay.
you got crazy people on January 6th
What
and all
is
that? You don't think that's
what
where it
is
comes from?
the perfect America look like to you?
Not even once. Yep.
First of all, I would never even conceive of some.
Give me like the one.
Well, now you're saying we can't do anything then. Like, tell us when we get to the point
How
where we
about
can.
slightly better? How about fucking healthcare, which we
Listen,
should have had for a long
so
fucking
if-
time?
so
How about
if-
that?
No. How about the government stays the fuck out of more things rather than getting involved in more things? Plus, America is supposed to be the good guys. Watch any Hollywood movie, aka cultural propaganda. The world should be jealous of America because it's good, not because they lie better.
If we had universal health care, we could
Well, how
go
about-
ahead.
You know what? I won't even be crazy with my commie ideas of healthcare. How about they just can't jack the prices of drugs all the way up and say
No,
it's
wait,
for
I'm in favor of
R&D
a
when
public option. So let's public.
It's not going to
option,
happen. Guess
okay?
what? Nobody's going to. The Democrats, Republicans. It's never going to happen because they're bought out.
But
They're bought.
Canada and Great Britain can actually get involved in Ukraine because they have universal health care.
Right.
So this is an interesting criteria that you've picked.
Okay. One, I don't give a shit what they do. Canada. I'm talking about the country I live in. This is like. Do you not like Jordan Peterson? It's very simple. Take care of your own shit before you tell everybody else how to run their fucking house.
Okay.
Very real simple shit. That's what it's time for America, the government, as a nation, do. And now, this is what's amazing to me. Like, I'm friends with Anthony from Opie and Anthony. Remember Opie and Anthony?
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
So he was always a Republican, pretty hardcore. Who I remember at one point he thought like Obama put fucking bombs on an
You
oil rig.
changed him from a Republican?
No.
Okay.
What? No.
Okay.
The shit is so fucked up now that people Republican are starting to go, what the fuck? Like, I don't know how anybody can get on board with the thing where we're like, we're not going to say Russian dressing anymore. It's freedom dress. They're doing all that shit. It's fucking upsetting. Like, are you kidding me?
Don't you
I'm
think
gonna
we
get
need,
on board?
What we're trying to establish, though, is this is why I brought up in the beginning, what is a criteria for getting involved? So we can discuss
that's
that.
not even. No one is talking about military.
I say America
involvement.
lost its get
Okay.
involved privileges. That's what my perfect world is.
I-
America's like,
Yes, that's a. It's completely insane, but yeah, that's how the left operates.
It's unfortunately, alas, he's correct. It is how the left operates. I hate the thing. Let's give the thing more power. You what? Like, you fucking what, mate?
The problem, I think,
Or just
with
be
this
honest. You can go, hey,
isolationist conception is that even if America was the perfect utopia, according to whatever your definition of that is, it couldn't maintain that alone in a vacuum. it still has to exert power over its neighbors. Because if we just build up a wall around all of the United States and say we're going to become our own perfect utopia,
I didn't say that. I didn't say
but
isolation.
you're saying before we take
Utopia, for the record, I believe literally means no place, which is fitting because it can't ever exist.
take the plank out of our eye, we can't involve ourselves in anyone else's affairs.
Listen,
Okay?
here.
That's what you're saying.
Why is, I mean, I know he's a neocon, but why is he so desperate to be like, oh, it's perfectly okay for us to involve ourselves in other people's shit?
Because, okay, this is one of the reasons why I don't like
It has to do with Ethan Ralph's gun.
It has nothing to do with Ethan Ralph's gun. But Ethan Ralph's gun is magnificent. And the fight between him and A.S.E. Riley was fucking hilarious because their guns kissed and it produced one of the greatest memes of all time. It just... I do not understand this desire to control. Like, people like PSA Sitch, I just don't get it. I don't fucking understand this desire to infringe on other people's freedom. And don't give me this, oh, well, you want to kill world leaders. Yeah, I do. They're the ones ruining the fucking world currently. We're infringing on their freedoms. Yeah. I'm gonna fucking nuke the fucking people who are destroying our planet. Absolutely. And I mean that from a, not a literal standpoint, but a figurative one. They're fucking ruining the world for the rest of us, and we need to get rid of them. Most of our politicians have to go. A few of them are decent, but most of them have to go tomorrow, if possible. But I know that's not going to happen. It's not realistic. It just this notion that fucking policing everyone else is acceptable when you can't even fucking police yourself correctly, it's absurd to me. Where does that idiotic fucking idea come from?
Oh, there's a meme that needs to be doing the rounds if it isn't already. Defund the world police.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Ruckus said he's good with you. He was
what?
Just curious. Ruckus said he's like good with you. He doesn't have any issues with you. He just wanted me to relay that.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I don't know why he wanted me to relay it. I think he just didn't want you to think that he was going at you or anything.
Okay.
You're saying,
I'm saying
draw
me personally,
back America's
look,
influence to our own borders.
Let's make it small. Let's make it small. I don't give a shit about it. What America? Here's my thing. Me personally, I don't know how anyone is getting them unless they're from Ukrainian. I was just playing Winnipeg.
How about the federal government exists only basically to do its minimal job, which is, I mean, there's some administration, but primarily it would be prepared to fight a defensive war. How about that? And leave virtually all of the actual governing up to the states like it's supposed to be.
The problem is neither Sitch or Metzger want that. They're coming at like this, like they oppose each other, but Sitch has a problem with the framing of the idea, it seems like, not the idea itself.
Huge Ukrainian population, strong feelings. Oh, okay, that makes sense to me. I don't understand how anyone is on Twitter with I'm putting a flag up and all that stupid fucking yellow ribbon shit that I remember from my whole life. I don't know how anyone has it in them to do that anymore with the level of how fucked up America has gotten. I don't know how they have it in them unless you haven't personally been touched by how absolutely fucked it is. And maybe you haven't. And
because
so that's
people
why...
see videos of people
of Arma
who
3
live in houses and in neighborhoods that look very similar to their own being murdered for nothing.
Yeah.
That's why they care.
Standing on the street corner and just getting gunned down by Russian
Stand a street
soldiers.
corner and a shell from fucking Russia flies across and just kills all these people.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
As
why
they step
care.
over a tent city in your own town. I just thought that. I was like, look at all these suffering people. I'm walking by rows and just miles of fucking tents and human shit on the sidewalk in LA. I'm still like, it's fucked up here. Here is fuck. What is it like? Well, that's just how it is. It's gonna be a
red
Calcutta
blue.
all over the street.
Wait.
Two sides of the
This
same
is-
coin.
The scale of this is so out of control. There's a difference between a homeless person and someone who's getting blown the fuck up by an invading military, right? Psychologically, in our minds, we have different conceptions of these two groups of people.
Well, I guess if you don't tell anybody about Yemen and how we contribute to it, or any of the other fucking shit, I guess then you can go, oh, this one's really bad. But we're engaged in fucking. We were in 7 different. Actually, officially, we haven't had a war since World War II. I didn't know that. We haven't been in any war since World War II on the book.
Yes, we have not declared war since then, which means that all of the policing actions that we got involved with were either technically not wars or, illegal. 1 million dead Iraqi civilians. It's different. Yes.
Books.
Police actions. Yeah.
We had police actions. That's
No, I know
fucking
that.
crazy. So I'm just disillusioned with the whole thing. I don't know what to tell you. I wish I had that fucking, I don't know, football spirit I should have, but I don't have it. And I think it's getting ridiculous when I start to see
Be a lemon
the
Pepsi,
regular
crank the F out
amount
of
of trampling on rights done here or done sideways through a court. That's what they did with Rogan. That whole N-word thing. I didn't know. I guess Alex
Korea,
Jones is the one
the
who made
U.S.
that
was
video
still
of
at
him,
war
right?
with
He was
North
saying the
Korea.
N-word.
Well, again, that depends on what you mean. Technically, yes, we're still like in a state of conflict with them because we only have a truce. We never made peace. But at the same time, that was also not an actual war because, according to the Constitution, only the Congress can declare war. But Congress hasn't declared war since the Second World War. So every war we've been involved in since then hasn't been a, quote unquote, real war because we didn't actually declare war. We just went to war.
Mad at him.
Really?
But,
You're kidding
Really?
me.
I thought it was some Alex Jones made that video.
He made it the original. I know. I was like, what?
He made the original video.
It was around. So then a fucking lobbying group. These guys
Picked
look
it
like
up. Yeah, they
these guys
cribbed
look
it.
like the Jonas, and they were auditioning because Jen Psaki goes, someone needs to stop. That's crazy.
And I think the Russians are playing the same game, basically. I don't believe that they voted to go to war. I believe they voted to authorize a, what was it called? What do they call it? Helmet? Einbrecht?
Excursion.
Special military operation. It's not a war. It's a special military operation.
Didn't the Americans call it an intervention when they went to Kosovo and?
Yes. Yeah, there we go. Special military operation. Exactly.
To me that a guy who's not news, by the way, I don't even know what he fucking said that was so wrong or bad. I'm sorry his doctor gave him a medicine that you didn't approve of, but he didn't steal it from a horse. The fucking doctor gave it to him. The government is weighing it. If as long as you're not too influential, they're not. But you're still going to get the crackdown. The same as if you're an oligarch and okay, it's a little more Russian Klingon style. But here in the good Federation, what they do is try to find ways to ruin you. And now there's shit like Gavin, for example. You know Gavin McGinnis?
Yeah.
Wait, but how is that not better?
Okay, I'm talking about the principle. We're supposed to not have anything like that here.
I agree with you, but I don't live in a
I'm not
fantasy
really
world
excited.
of utopianism.
Yes. But I'm not really excited about like, hey, we just have like Chase Bank can say you're not allowed to have a bank account if they want because of your fucking, I don't know, trans views or something. Like that's crazy that's going on here.
If I agree. I agree completely.
So I'm worried
But if
about that
look
more
back
than anything
at
in Ukraine.
human. Wait, give me a second. If we look back at human history, okay, I
Mhm.
assume you'd agree that society morally has progressed, from thousands and thousands of years ago, right?
I think it's the same actually.
You think there's been no progress? We're
think
still at slave level, basically.
No,
here's
we're
my
still
thing, guys.
cavemen. It's not accurate to call us slave level. What a fuck. Where does he come up with these fucking rhetorical points?
I don't know.
It's more accurate to call us cavemen with bigger, brighter toys than it is to call us like really slaves. Like, what is it with fucking leftists and using the fucking word slave for everything? What? When they say the first war in Europe since World War II, I'm frustrated no one remembers Kosovo. Yeah, dude, the Balkan genocides. Exactly. No one remembers Kosovo, the U.S. stealth fighter being shot down. Yeah, like, there are more slaves now than... Yeah, dude, exactly. Yep. Literally. And guess who's largely selling them? It's not white people. I can tell you that much.
is like we just find new ways to do ancient shit. So for example, human sacrifice, right? They would be like, hey, we go, I don't know, throw these people in the volcano.
Yes.
That's kind of what we do now, but not as barbarically, but we do it. We're like, well, some people are just going to fucking
you get canceled on Twitter.
Die. Or like, no, some people,
you know,
there's always going to be some people that are going to have to.
I mean, I'm inclined to agree, if only because I believe return to traditional, abandon fucking modernity, return to traditionalism, return to traditionalism, become monkey. Like, fuck this fucking dying Western ideal of.
Clearly, civilization was a mistake.
A
terrible mistake.
Just social democracy in general is fucking. It's disgusting. Democracy doesn't work. It's just tyranny of the majority.
It doesn't.
Yeah, right.
Well, convenient to use.
This is again why I can't stand conversations between.
That's why you build your own. It's called an altar to Moloch.
Yes, monkey. Yes. I'm back, fellas. Yeah, boy, Papa John is to get a strawberry cheesecake shake. Nice. That's a good.
John, I want some diary entries.
Yes. Yes. We need some diary entries to break up this stupidity. I mean, I've had a few laughs at Metzger and Sitch's expense, but fuck me.
Yeah, we're reaching, I think, peak stupidity right about now.
Just part of doing business. There's always going to be some people that have to be imprisoned. Everybody's got their own version of every party of what there is acceptable. Like when Me Too came out, if you were a dippy feminist, you'd be like, well, yeah, but people said this out loud. Well, a few innocent men are going to have their lives ruined. That's fine. So
that's how you know Jack.
I don't know where he got his, but if I were to look for a strawberry cheesecake, I think probably Sonic has those.
Yeah, that's how you know Jack Stafford is one of my people. He's a true fat man. He's a true fat man. He's just like, wait, that exists? Who has that flavor? I want to get it now. Even if he's like a fit dude, like he has the mentality of a fat man because he's like, I want to try that food. I want that food in or around my mouth 10 seconds from now, if not now.
Fat man energy.
Yes.
That it's okay. So if you couldn't get now, like I'm vaccinated, by the way, I got it because I have always had the guy.
You got the microchip in you.
No, I got chipped. I got chipped ahead of time because I wanted to be consistent. But
smart.
But if like I know somebody who can't, they literally can't get that.
Was an okay joke. Yeah. That was an okay. It was an okay joke. It wasn't funny. It wasn't unfunny. It's just kind of dryly delivered.
The small amount of people that can't get it, and they know that they can't, and they're doing polls where people are like, yeah, they should be put in a camp.
Obsessing over cola for the past hour.
Polls. 60% were cool with them being put in a camp. That are now,
glad, and we live in a society of systems and laws that prevents that from happening.
They want to.
Sitch, are you retarded? For how
apparently
long? They just put a woman who is light on sentencing pedophiles on the Supreme Court. How long do you think that's going to last, you idiot?
Yes, we live in a society. Oh, yes. I love that meme. I need to get a clip of that.
Fat man mentality, indeed. Yes. You said it. Hey, dude, exactly. It's the fucking we live in a society. It's not an argument, Sitch. Society is only maintained for as long as people agree to the social contract. The moment people become sufficiently fed up, do you know what happens? People start killing each other, Sitch.
French Revolution.
That you really can't. Oh. Oh, yeah, I don't know. It's a leftist thought process all around there. It's
baffling
we live in a
to me.
society with rules that prevent that. It's like that's like saying there's a law against murder, so murder never happens.
Yeah, give me one second. I gotta find this fucking meme. Gun laws. Where is it?
Dear diary, it's me, Lee. Me. Chunk Yuga, Patrick Tomlinson, and Ethan Ralph have all agreed to pig-style mud wrestling. Winner gets pegged by Vicky C. Condon.
Nice.
I hope I win. I love Vicky's peggings. Leave.
Very nice. Well done, John. Yeah, the funny thing,
nuts.
I can't find the meme.
Violence occurs.
Yep. Yes, exactly. Yes, exactly. Elasty just read that. And it just dawned on me what he fucking said. Exactly. Fucking the baffling part about it too. Okay, the meme's gone from my hard drive. This is fucking irritating. All right. So what the meme is? It's a gun law meme, right? And it shows how laws actually. It's meant to demonstrate how laws work, and it shows a traffic stop, and it shows a sign, and it shows how law-abiding citizens stop at the sign, whereas criminals drive around the sign. And that is a perfect analogy or metaphor, whichever you prefer, for how laws work. Because that is exactly it, Sitch. Laws don't prevent anything. Laws only mitigate people's impulses. They don't prevent or stop anything. Absolutely no crime is stopped by laws. None. People are stopped from committing crimes through fear of consequence. The law itself is not a consequence.
Yeah, it's deterrency.
It's all it is exactly. It's deterrency. You said it for me.
It's like locking your door. It doesn't prevent people breaking in, but it deters them.
Yep, exactly. Like someone who's intrepid enough will find a way around the law. They always do. Laws are largely fucking pointless. Because degenerate criminals are going to be degenerate criminals. They don't obey the law, you idiot.
See, guys, now we are talking about Liam.
It always circles back to him.
Yeah.
Change those, and I mean, here's the thing that
they won't be able to.
Do you know that guy Coleman Hughes?
Yeah, I like Coleman Hughes.
Yeah, I had him on my show because I was always like, we got to have the electoral college because you don't want I don't know, whatever the argument, New York or LA, and Coleman Hughes pointed this out to me, and I kind of was like, well, I can't really argue with that. In California, they want to put it up to get rid of the anti-discrimination part of the state constitution,
right?
And everybody voted against it, and that's overwhelmingly Hispanic. That's not all white people. Most people were against it, and I was like, oh, that's that. And it's a good thing he pointed out to me, which is, well, you can't do that because then people are just gonna. It's this built-in thing where you got to assume these people are stupid and shit.
Oh boy. Dear diary, just got back from the 7th new therapist. The last 6, oddly enough, killed themselves after our sessions. Turns out I have hyper-violent sexual repression. I wonder if... What?
I wonder if school I am.
I wonder if school I am.
And we got to have these. And actually, no, a lot of people want freedom and fairness. It's like lunatics at the top get these little, because there's some about being in charge that there's a built-in, even if you're like a good person, there's a built-in psychopathy to it that you're going to have blood on your hands. You're going to go, okay, I got to worry about this group of people, and like these people are fucked, and that's the best I can do. And that's just part of the territory, right? Just going in. You're not getting out without some kind of blood on your hands. So fine, I get that part. The part that's gross to me is the not the faking shit, like the state secrets, like how many people we were killing. We should see what we're doing when we blow people up. That shouldn't be something hidden. The guy that exposed from the CIA that exposed waterboarding shouldn't go to jail for. I didn't even know his fucking name. The guy did 6 years for telling everyone something that we should know. That's outrageous. Anybody who really blows a whistle, they don't get protection. They got to go hide in Russia. Like Snowden has to hide in fucking Russia. And I don't think it's bad that he told us all the illegal thing the NSA was doing. I don't think that's bad at all. I think it's horrifying. Nobody really gives a shit, or anybody would go, he's a traitor. Well, why doesn't he come stand trial? You know what happens if he comes stand trial, right? He's not allowed to defend himself. That's why he doesn't come back and stand trial. The law is set up that you can't even defend yourself if you do that, because they don't want another Pentagon Papers or anything like that ever to come out again. So that's a greater worry to me than any other country's thing.
Right. Well,
we've been going for almost an hour, Sitch. So
I just want to get to.
I know. I want to talk
one
about the
question,
Oscars
which is
and
that
your fucking Ukraine love.
So, because you said you don't think that we've changed, that humans are any more moral than they were back then. And it's hard for me to conceptualize this.
I think people,
because
I've
you'd
been
be
watching
saying that
this.
America is just as immoral now than it was when it enslaved people.
Yes.
I think people are just hypocrites, and like, when you figure all, how Nike, slaves made your fucking Nike. You always hear about that, but fucking slaves make all the chocolate. I don't know if you ever look at that. So the stories are always horrifying if you like look into it. You're like,
I
what?
understand that.
So,
But
yeah,
in America,
right? It's
you're saying
like
that we're just the same as when we enslaved people in America. It's the
no,
same
we're not
right
the
now.
same. We've moved up in the world enough to let people get fucked
You
up in
didn't
other
make
countries.
that
and then
argument
get
sick. Fuck me, I'm defending Metzger. Oh, shoot me now. I'm defending Metzger. Please, just take me out back and put a bullet in me. Oh my God.
Except that it's kind of true,
Well, it's just, I know it's
the
true,
slaves
but
aren't here; they're someplace else. But we still don't work. It's like we still have shit done because of slave labor someplace, and nobody really cares.
no one does. People still buy their iPhones. People still buy computer parts. People still buy so on and so forth. Like I said, the average person does not fucking care about any of this shit. So pretending to be the moral police of the world is utterly
I'm assuming
pointless.
Sitch is a non-believer, because I would hope that a Christian would
Not be this
understand that
retarded?
human nature doesn't change.
Human nature has not changed throughout history. We're still
Yeah.
the same cavemen who figured out fire.
Yeah.
We just have more just grandiose toys now.
Yes, instead of beating each other with wooden clubs, we can
shoot
now
each other from
nuke each other.
1,500 meters.
Yeah, or nuke each other from the other side of the planet. It's
If
great.
you're particularly skilled, you can literally shoot each other from fucking 1,500 meters. Like, it is what it is.
stuff from it. So Nike, hey, all these companies can lobby and go, we should be able to get Uyghur soft cotton or whatever the fuck they do. And like, if you just look up what Nestle does, all our international corporations regularly, or who's that guy, Donziger, that was on house arrest for a year because he won a case against, was it BP or Exxon? I can't remember which one, because they destroyed these people's homes in fucking country was it? It was in the rainforest, some indigenous tribe. So the oil company got this massive settlement, and then a judge who's openly involved with these oil companies just put this crazy thing. And that should be a thing a Democrat would be going on and on about, is how unfair this is when this guy fucking did a good thing. He's being persecuted, but it's just not really reported.
I mean, I think we should go into these countries. Why don't we go into these Nestle countries where they have slave labor and liberate them? Bring them liberal democracy.
Well, because those businesses have lobbyists are in no way going to allow that to be.
Wow. But if they could,
Would you be in favor of that?
Yeah.
Bring them
Do you not
liberal
okay,
democracy.
so
What
that
a
chocolate
fucking
thing, I remember this in
euphemism
2005.
for war. Like, are you fucking serious? How is fucking bringing war to these countries giving them liberal democracy?
Dear Diary, my favorite song is School's Out by Alice Cooper. I love school. The kids are there. Kids. Young, supple boys. Why do I have an erection? I tucked my penis under my belt. Leave.
Coca-Cola having, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Partisan. It wasn't a Republican guy, senator, and a Democrat. This is when fair trade started being put on the candy because these guys were like, "This is crazy." They didn't know, and then this whole thing where they were going to make a thing to make it, and then all the I can't remember what the coalition's called, like confectioners. They got together and made a statement like, "We believe in fair trade labor," and they made a whole statement. Not going to do anything. Then meanwhile, in the country, I believe Ivory Coast, the person who was in charge had the reporter killed who was reporting on it. And then they just eventually stopped putting fair trade on the labels.
So Kurt,
I'm recycled.
Kurt, if America stepped back and said, we are not going to trade with anybody because we're offended by all of these slave wages around the world and everything that you're talking about, which hold on, let me finish.
I'm not saying.
Let me finish. No,
he's saying if
America says we are not going to trade with these people who are doing these horrible things that you're saying are repulsive and we're repulsed by, do you think the quality of life in these places is going to go up because suddenly America steps back and says we're not going to be a part of it?
Well, I'm not saying the thing you're saying we're not trading. I'm saying hold these companies accountable that are violating the law one time. Just hold any of these people accountable for the crimes they're doing, which it's not going to happen.
Okay, so if it's not going to happen the way,
right.
We wouldn't be responsible for it if we just stepped back and said, okay, we're not going to trade with you. Would the quality of life in these places go up?
I don't think that's the thing to say. We're not going to trade with you. It's like we're not going to take slave labor. That's the only thing so it's either slaves or nothing. I'm not into that. I'm into right now the way it works. And this is sounds commie of me, but that's how it is profit motive's not in and of itself a bad thing. But what happens is things that shouldn't be purely profit motive get guided by that. It's like I hate now how these corporations try to fake like they're moral. It's like when Mr. Burns was trying to be good, and Lisa's like, just be Mr. Burns.
Washington Post opinion piece titled, "In the long run, wars make us safer and richer." Yes.
Yeah, dude, it's not the first time these fucking leftist rags have done this shit either.
Isn't the Washington Post the one that is owned by Bezos?
Yes.
It's possible it makes him richer. I don't know that it
many
makes him safer, but yeah, right.
One of many owned by Bezos, if I remember correctly. Just like how the Irvings own all of the fucking newspapers in my home province. It's just not a conflict of interest at all. A fucking oil company reporting the news.
Simpsons was good, and he made little Lisa slurry because he was trying to turn around, and it was more horrifying. That's what it's like now. The ESG thing you hear about a lot now.
Well, I'm just curious because I'm interested in how we can solve these problems.
There's a decent pair.
It seems like you're making an argument that
in a Discord chat there for you, Helmet. Elassie posted them.
What?
I've seen it. Yeah, Elassie posted a decent pair of fact.
Oh, yes.
The girl.
Whoa.
You posted.
Oh.
The big titty girl.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
Your pictures that you shared disappeared on me there for a second.
Oh, okay.
They're back. They just, I don't know. Discord had a brain fart. I don't know. I don't know what happened there.
We can't do anything. Nothing can change, and we should just complain about it on Twitter.
I don't complain about. I try to make jokes on Twitter.
Well, you do. You are complaining about it now. You are definitely complaining about it. The reason why we are arguing with you in DMs is because you're complaining. Because you're complaining about it on you and Jimmy Dore both complaining about it.
My whole argument before we got all this, whole argument was anybody I know that I'm watching go on and on about. I don't even mean you guys. I like on Twitter that's posting a flag. I'm like, how the fuck when you see some immoral thing like that, do you not go, oh God, is that what we look like? I'm horrified at our behavior because that's what I think.
Well, but we're trying to distinguish between the horrifying behavior and the not so horrifying behavior, and you're just categorically saying anything America does is horrifying, even if we're just trading, even if we're just trading with people, even if we're just
free trade is bullshit.
buying their chocolate. We're facilitating.
What?
I have found another one in the search for the meme. I have a lot of memes on my hard drive.
What the fuck?
Yes, it appears to be a cereal-like substance called Only Puke.
God,
people come up with the strangest shit, my man.
Ugh.
The slavery
That
of
wasn't
young
what that was
children.
about. Wait.
Well, then why'd you bring it up?
Yeah, you said it was the
Because-
equivalent of
wait.
having slaves in our own country.
Hold on. I didn't say it was
Well,
equivalent. You said,
why'd you bring it up
Shut
then?
up and I'll
I
tell
asked
you.
you.
For fuck's sake, let me finish my sentence.
Let me hold on.
You
Just
said.
go ahead and tell
you
us.
Said,
Yes.
You said what I was.
Are you
addressing
telling us
was-
now? Are you going to tell us?
Holy shit! You go. Sitch said, "Well, you're saying it's really not that different," and I'm saying, essentially, it seems to not be. It seems like the same basic ass shit. You could dress it up however you want, and this just seems to be a human condition. The same shit just keeps happening over and over again in different ways. So it's like, oh, we're like. Did you ever read the history where they would like fight duels? All the people in government would just like beat each other with canes.
How is that any different than what Sitch just said? You're basically saying that they're equivalent.
Yeah, people still have the fucking urges in them, and whether you move them around with a little shell game, they're still there. It's still I don't give a fuck if I'm okay. It's okay for this group of people. Now it could
This
be
one was-
everybody has their own
this one
group
was
that they
found
know.
in the,
yeah, they can
the
be
town I
sacrificed
live
for the
in.
greater good. Everybody has the group.
Oh no!
It's found what?
This one was found in the town I live in.
Fagottini.
I don't know if you've ever seen fagottini noodles before, gentlemen, but this
No.
is apparently fagottini.
No, I have
Whoever
not.
named that shit knew exactly what they were doing.
They do. They
we
do.
know
It,
we're not going in that direction.
I mean, how like all that fucking horrific tent city. They're not
They're-
passionate
the
about that,
peop-
right?
I look
Wait,
at it like the people in Ukraine are sacrificing themselves for what they believe is going to be good for them.
Wait. When you, because you said you couldn't stand that we were watching this video, of this harpy on Jon Stewart's program,
Oh
and you
my
said you couldn't
God.
even stand her.
No. I said I couldn't watch the. I saw the beginning of John talking about it in the preview, and I already knew. You know
What about that bothers you? I guess.
Well,
'cause I don't
Jon Stewart,
understand.
because I'll tell you what. Because sometimes
Yeah.
Jon Stewart will come through. Jon Stewart's still a comic, so he still has, on
Mhm.
Colbert. He said the Wuhan lab thing, and Colbert was like, "You don't mean that." And Jon Stewart, yeah, I fucking
Right?
meant
Yeah. That was a great moment. I was
So,
shocked.
but
Yeah.
Jon Stewart ran the Daily Show for a long time, and he's that
Yeah,
type of
exactly.
fucking Obama
Africa
liberal
is
that
different.
still thinks Obama did a fantastic
They're not
job.
properties,
and
they're
still
just
thinks
not
the
allowed to
Republicans
leave or
versus
get
Democrats
paid.
thing is a fucking.
They smell
And
very
so
bad like ass.
his
Yes,
whole
exactly.
the argument I could tell immediately from the preview.
Yeah, this
Which
this
is
one is for
infuriating
Jack Stafford
what they do with this shit,
because
especially when
it's
they any of the
it's a political
CRT like
meme
now
about
CRT.
Canadian politicians, but it's also cola related.
Pragmatic centrism
and liable liberalism.
Can't taste the difference.
Those are the two political parties in Canada: the Progressive Conservatives and the Liberal Party.
Ugh.
Yep.
Awful.
Yeah, there's a lot of great memes on this hard
He's
drive.
like, what? You're just afraid of talking about history? And so Jon Stewart's point, from what I could tell me if I'm wrong, seemed to be, well, America's really bad, and you have to just like if you're white, just shut up and take whatever nonsense prescribed thing.
I forgot
Even if it's
about poo chips.
You're somebody who works for a living, and you got to spend your time in a class. A friend of mine had to do this at his job to learn that you're an aspect of white supremacy. This
Yes.
like absolute nonsense. And Jon Stewart is like, it's just this like pussy ass fucking liberal thing of like,
Yes, gentlemen, the stick tahu poo chips. Like you just, are you fucking serious? Yes, they probably do smell you very bad, Yanapui, like ass. I know that's not what he was commenting on.
Yes, but it's perfect.
It's perfect. I wish they kept some New Coke for those of us not lucky enough. Yeah, dude. Apparently, New Coke was pretty tasty.
Not according to everybody I've talked to who tasted it firsthand.
A bunch of my friends were like, "I really like it. It's like a decent alternative to Coke Zero or some shit."
Ugh. Hope you guys know I gauge how good these diary entries are by how well you get through them without laughing, Flossie, and how loud I break owls.
Like, dude, just fair is fair. Like, why are you not acknowledging the problem with all that shit, which is this group identity politics fucking shit that I hate.
Mm-hmm.
And they purposely want to dodge it because it's like a thing that, well, isn't it just white identity politics to not want to do? No, no, it's not. It's the same way he got, what's his name? Attell corrected me on this because I always thought he picked Trevor Noah to succeed him because it was like to cut, like the Daily Show. He wanted to like cut the Daily Show's pretty face so no one could have it how he had it.
You think that?
That's what I assumed.
It was sabotage.
That's what I assumed. But no, Attell pointed out, he's like, no, he's like a rich liberal, and he like, he goes, oh, it should be a person of color. He was trying to be a good boy.
Oh my god.
And I know. And then on top of it, but it's not going to be an American, right? It's going to be because they love, dude. When I used to work at Comedy Central, they loved anybody with an accent telling you about shit.
Yeah.
Like I don't even understand. Like, John Oliver, I didn't even think was until now. I just think he's like fucking. It's that I know a bunch of the writers.
Yeah, didn't Trevor Noah have some segments right after he took over, talking about how shitty American infrastructure was and how wonderful African infrastructure was, and showed some of their nice highways and shit. Didn't bother to mention that, yeah, this is South Africa. They were built by white people.
Yeah, you see, this is the problem that I have with people like Trevor Noah. He likes to present the creations of everyone else and say, oh, it's in my country, therefore my people made it. No, that's wrong. Fuck, I'm stupid. I just realized it was 3 minutes behind in the stream.
When they're good, it's because their writers are good, and when they're bad, it's because their writers.
They have bad writers right now. Yes.
Yes, because they've been applying these principles to their writers, and so they're getting this horseshit. And the main thing I like about Jimmy, whatever, not even being a super, I'm non-binary, but I cannot stand Democrat elite well-to-do shit. Where they just like they're so disconnected they can't understand. Like, and the same thing with Democrats. They kept going, Trump is bad, and I'm like,
right.
And the only guy I saw saying, Democrats, you should think about how you suck and how you fucked this up first before you get to that.
I found another classic.
Saying that.
Well, the reason I asked,
it's a good principle,
right? The reason I asked was because in the segment,
you'll like this one. It's ramen. For those of you that are only listening, it's ramen that is labeled soup for sluts. These are real packages for the record.
Is that really its name, or did they fuck up on the printing?
This is Japan, man. Like, they have no fucks. None.
Oh, damn it, you took it away.
Not proper. They're just
I was gonna,
sluts.
Yeah, I was gonna combine those.
Oh, fantastic.
We're talking about the white supremacy thing, which bothers us just as much as it bothers you, and it bothered Andrew Sullivan when the fat lady who charges $5,000. She works for an organization that charges rich white women $5,000 to come to a dinner and have two black ladies yell at them and call them racist, basically, for an hour.
It's like getting a dominatrix. Right. It's so fucking sexual.
Exactly. Right. And so, but the reason is because, she says we live in a white supremacist society and a system. And Andrew Sullivan's like, I don't know how you can say that we currently live in a white supremacist
You'll know this
system.
one, Helmet.
And all she says, and all the
You'll know.
argument from this, the woke scolds and the identity politics people is,
You'll know this one, Helmet.
Yeah, they are very popular in Germany. Super Dickmans.
I love that name, those Super Dickmans.
It means in English super fat mans.
Yes, I know.
Dick is fat, no?
Yes, it's just why it's so funny though, right? Yes, exactly, dude, man. Fucking leave. These people need to go away.
Hey, and they are delicious. Super Dickmans are very delicious.
I don't doubt it for a fucking second, man. Like they waffle interiors for candy make candy infinitely better.
But they only have a waffle on the ground. They are filled with very light cream, just like marshmallows, but not as gooey. It's fluffy. I can't describe it. It's delicious.
Mr. Yonafui, that reminds me of an old joke that was floating around coding circles back in the day. There are 10 kinds of people in the world. Those who understand binary and those who do not. 10, for those who do not know, is 2 in binary. 1 0 is 2 in binary. So it's just, yeah. Dear Diary. I had to get another. Oh, no, that's not for me.
Let me put on another face here. If I can find one. Where is he? Where is he?
Linkovich wants you to say Meinl.
What? Meinl?
Meinl.
Meinl. What does that mean?
Can the German guy say MEINL?
Yeah, what does that mean?
I don't know.
That's not a German word.
I legitimately don't know what it means.
that creeps me out right now.
Here's another good one. Someone added a meme to this one though for comedic effect.
Okay, mine.
Dear Diary, I had to get another new diary. My second one was found hung from a tree with a note written inside that said, I can't take this anymore. I hope this new diary lasts longer than 3 days. Leave.
Yeah, the diary. Yeah, this was one of my favorites when I saw it. It's an actual package. Peas, taste the penis, and someone, of course, for comedic effect, added the what meme to it.
Yeah, I know now what he means.
German Cymbal Company.
Meinl Percussion. Okay.
That's the last name of Roland Meinl.
Did the German man yell, Nine!
Nine!
Do you guys...
German man German saying DMCA.
No. I just found another one.
Oh, God.
No. This one's one of my favorites. Always will be.
Or Hitler.
Tastes like grandma.
Tastes like grandma. Homemade jam black raspberry. It's like, what? What does it taste like, grandma? Shouldn't it be taste like grandma's? Like with the apostrophe, so you know it's possessive and not fucking, it tastes like the flesh of your grandma.
Good amount of their German products. Just wanted to hear an actual German person say it. No, Adlasi, don't use that avatar. It was altered. It was altered. If he tries for
Some-
that one, I will fucking fight that one. I'll be like, no, fuck you. This is no.
The man that made this pun is both genius and should probably be slapped. For those of you that don't know what a cat of nine tails is, it's a whip. And this is a cat of nine tails made of cat nine cables. Whoever made this needs to be slapped and needs to be given a blowjob and a beer and possibly some pizza. Helmet, is it illegal to have a campfire due to smoke in Germany? Asking for obvious and community. Yes. It is definitely illegal to have a campfire.
Is that there's no difference between when we enslaved black people 300 years ago to the treatment of black people today. And that's why I asked, because
Okay, Helmet. Hey, you're up.
What the hell?
I don't know.
What? That doesn't make sense. That's not words. Not in German.
I think that's Mr. Yanafui maybe making up words, or
Is this,
possibly speaking in a language I'm not familiar with. Remember when Silicon Valley humor was like that? Yeah, exactly. It used to be funny. Silicon Valley humor used to be fucking hilarious. Nerds used to have a sense of humor, and now they're all, "Oh, you don't remember my pronouns? That's problematic."
she's making a very similar argument to the argument that you're making. And I don't know why you're repulsed by the race version of that, but not the version that you're making.
Well, hold on. I don't think it's I'm talking about something a little less like literal, as in the spirit, like the spirit of the thing is still on. It's just we find more. It's like going from hacking somebody up with a battle axe to having a drone. Do you know what I mean? That's kind of what I'm talking about, if that makes any sense. As far as what they do with black people, yeah, it's unbelievable how they treat black people. It's undeniable. What I find appalling is that what these like consultant people are doing is finding a way to blame other people who, like, you know, the big wealth gap they talk about racially,
right?
It's like the bottom 75%, it's even. The wealth gap's only in the very top echelons. It's not the regular.
Really?
Yeah, and
That's
regular
terrible.
people. Yeah, so that's the elitist.
Exactly.
shit, is
Everybody loves Cthulhu.
we don't like fucking poor people. I don't like, and I didn't know, you know, the difference between like I like James Lindsay shit because he has a lot about neo-Marxist.
Yeah, this meme is also a very nerdy one, and I love it.
Shredder.
Yeah, origami Ninja Turtles all like positioned around a paper shredder, which is it's fantastic.
Oh my god.
That's gonna be a good one. That's gonna be a good one.
Dear Diary, I ran across some German adult videos. They were great, but had a lot of urine in them for some reason. Maybe the wife will try this with me. If not, maybe Patrick will try with me.
The
I
Japanese
didn't
are
know anything about,
Oh.
and but that's that whole where they decide they
the
hate working
Japanese
people.
are
And they're
a
like, we're
funny
gonna
people.
turn.
Oh my god.
Have a look at this one.
Cupcake.
What is that?
It's essentially an orange cupcake that's like, it's like a cupcake that has like orange jam filling.
Ooh, sounds good.
Yeah, it's just funny because it's top kek, and kek is a perversion of the phrase of the LOL meme. Kek is another way to say LOL.
I said go up, squeeze, squeeze, go down in Spanish.
It sounds
German to us.
Gotcha. That's a meme I want
Every
to show,
other
but
fucking
can't
thing into
because
the
of
work because
teachers
working
training
people aren't
penis.
doing what we want. And that's what and I don't think that it's a big plot. I think there's a bunch of groups where their interests converge on something. So it's like we want to push this fucking whatever. I forget what it's called when they push it in corporations. My friend works at Disney, and he tells me the stuff that they sit through, and it's hilarious. And what they like, I don't see. It's always like it's your fault. Like Hillary, it's not our fault. There's no taking responsibility from the people on top ever. The people that pushed, the term white supremacy and stuff, I didn't know this, came from, who's the guy from Reap the Whirlwind, that movie where he's a famous, Clarence Darrow. It's when he was running for office, there was a bunch of black and white farmers together. And the mainstream media of the time was horrified. And they started pushing a lot of like, are you white or not? So it's always a thing elites have used as like a cryptocurrency. Like, you're not going to have any money or property, but at least you're white like I am. So in that way, we're together and you're going to be better than these people. And that's the thing, it doesn't change. Like, they're still advocating, well, we don't want to stop doing this to people. We just want to make it like a majority population now is considered a minority in our heads, and that fixes it. And I want to get away from that. You know what I mean? Like, the people that have fucked things up, when I say America, I don't think me, I live here. The people that have been in charge have sucked at their job for a long time. I think they're bought out. I don't know how you could argue they're not. I noticed none of them. Like, my sister was all into Biden. She's like, I like Biden, and why did she like Biden? She probably didn't watch him talk.
What the fuck?
Yep.
Urinal hot drink. God.
Yep. One drop. I had to find that one because of the pee diary entry.
Oh, dear diary, decided to try my hand at Japanese adult videos. It's all blurry but interesting. Huh? Where did these octopus come from? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Anything about his record, or Kamala Harris, the fucking evil shit she did with prisoners because she didn't want to disrupt the prison labor. I mean, that's kind of slavey a little bit to be like, we're not going to release these people we're supposed to release because we need their labor. That's pretty, it's pretty repulsive. And then the mainstream media excuse for her, I'll never forget that I read the guy saying, well, she had to do that as a woman of color. You got to play the game. Everybody I know that works in media, so many people, they all have this attitude like that of like, well, yeah, you just got to play the game. So they'll go and moralize, and on the same token, just be totally. I mean, if I think of the number of people I know who would just be ruined if I just said a few things I know about them, not crimes or something, just things that would blow up their spot. So you got to understand where I'm coming from.
Tell us the dark secrets.
I won't. I can't. I'm like, one, I'm not a chick, and two, I'm terrified.
This one is porn related.
I'm held up for one of these entries. I was playing Berserk and eating my shake, but he just had to have them. Fresh semen dip. Oh, it's gamma too.
Yep.
A gamma's fresh semen dip.
Oh.
Oof. Ethan occasionally says that culture is downstream of politics. If Liam's diaries are correct, then golden showers are downstream from Odie's on-cam exercise.
Probably.
Can you invite Micah so he can help us understand the Liam's mind? I
mean, I would be happy to interview Micah on the on his experiences with Liam, like legitimately. I'll reach out. He'll probably say no because I think mostly everyone who's formerly in his corner is basically done with him and doesn't want anything to do with him at this point. But it's always possible Liam will say yes, or Liam will say yes. My apologies, Micah. I did not mean to call you Liam. That was a slip of the tongue. You were nothing like that man, thankfully. Which is why I am still baffled to this day that you supported him for so long, despite knowing he was doing fucked up shit. But yeah, I would
like
be
my
happy
avatar.
Yeah, it looks good. Yeah.
A cycle through all of the, horrible people, according to everybody.
I mean, You got to get a Pinochet in there at some point.
Yes, I need to look.
Have you done Stalin yet? Because that's also necessary.
Yeah.
Nice.
I haven't done Mao though. I need Mao.
Okay, you need a Mao and you need a Pinochet.
But Vox Day is much more awful than all of those other people, according to the leftists.
Yes, they genuinely hate Teddy Spaghetti for some reason, and I do not understand it. Like, the more I've I used to dislike him because, like I said, I used to be a leftist shitbag, and then as I began to sort of pay more attention to him, I realized, oh, he's literally none of the shit that was said about him. He's not even white, people. How can he be a white nationalist? Like, seriously. What the fuck is that narrative? It's like calling Nick Fuentes, the half Mexican kid, a white nationalist. It's like, are you serious?
Would be happy to moderate an Eintracht Micah debate. Okay.
It would be a giant meme. It would just be Yanafui fucking making jokes and fucking Micah and I pissing ourselves laughing.
But so I've seen such up close, especially when I was in New York for so many years. Like when I talk to these people, they're like, I started to watch the beginning of the censorship is good movement and all that shit in comedy. And I don't know why. Like I said, comedy, stand up, not improv, stand up is the lowest rung of all show business. It's the one that you can slap at an award show, one below a ventriloquist and below magicians. Porn stars retire into being comedians. That's how low it is. And they have the Oscars, especially, for example, they have a hatred of comedians. They hate it because these are people, they're there for a blowjob and they don't want to hear your wisecracks while they're trying to get blown. And then so Chris Rock saying whatever, not even insulting thing that he said, Will Smith probably already didn't like him from some other time he joked. And also they were joking about how he's a cuck. So that's the peon you could take it out on. It's very aristocratic, how dare you say that about me? That's the attitude they have. And I watch these people, they have the most I told you me and Sasha Cohen he made me leave the room.
Oh no!
I really like Sasha. I think he's fucking genius comedian.
I found another good one. Also, there was a really funny moment when people pretended they didn't understand Mr. Yanafui. I don't remember. Yeah, that was during the trash compactor days. Also, Mr. Yanafui playing Among Us with Cider, Testify, and the others was fucking hilarious. It is still one of the funniest videos out there to this day. Legitimately. Fucking Mr. Yanafui just, I'm not the imposter. Testifies yeah, Yanafui's really sus right now. Fucking ridiculous. Alright, now I will share the meme now that I'm done telling that. I found one of the really good ones.
Cock flavored soup mix. Oh.
Whoever names these things knows exactly what they're doing.
People.
Are we talking about Soylent Green? Soylent Green, is it people flavored people?
Yes. People taste like chicken, apparently. Actually, according to my mother, they don't.
Oh. Does she have the Kuru shakes yet?
No, but she did eat at the former sheriff's wife's restaurant when he had to dispose of some of his illegal workers.
Oh, no.
She said, don't know how to describe it, but it was god-awful, and it definitely did not taste like chicken. Yanafui songs multiple times with captions. Still not sure what he's saying, but I like it.
Oh my god.
Where are the shoes?
Where's the Schwipschwap? Give me the Schwipschwap.
This one's just fucking adorable. I've had this forever.
Who made that?
I don't know. I saw it on the internet one time while searching, and it's just oh my god, it's the cutest crusader ever.
Oh, John Castle wanted you to yell that.
I get legally in trouble.
That's why they have subtitles. You should read them.
There's a federal offense called Volksverhetzung in Germany, and that means if you say something very abhorrent about Jews and the Holocaust, you can get to jail here.
Oh.
Yep, it's the same in Canada. If you say anything nasty, particularly nasty about Jews or trannies here in Canada, you can get in serious trouble.
Fuck them.
We can say abhorrent stuff about trannies all the time here in Germany. That's not an offense.
Really? Germany has more freedom than Canada? Fuck me.
Wow.
Yeah.
But is this abhorrent just to ask where they are?
There's a Jews. Lead me to the Juden.
Damn you, Angela.
Damn you, Angela. Yeah, Angela Merkel. Merkel? I can't pronounce her last name.
Merkel.
Merkel.
What?
But we called her Angie the whole 16 years she managed.
We called her Angie.
Angie, yeah.
That's such a fucking North American thing to do. Just Angie. Her name's Angela Merkel, but people are like, nah, you're just Angie, bitch. Go back to the U.S. where you belong, you fucking degenerates. Go live in California. Mr. Yanafui linked it. Very
Politically speaking,
nice.
he had a thing about Antifa that there's one sketch on Who's America that I didn't write on. I thought it was idiotic because he was like, "What's wrong with Antifa? What's wrong with punching Nazis?" We got an argument about it. I go, well, I mean, one, if Nazis are that kind of problem here, we're going to have to probably kill them. I don't think punching them helps. And two, they're not very good at identifying Nazis. I knew this is before you'd hear about it.
All right, this is why this shit right here is why I don't like people like Metzger. Let's just kill the Nazis. No, let's not reform them. Let's not show them that their ideas are bad. Let's not fix them as human beings and make them upstanding human beings. Instead, let's just fucking kill them. Okay, commie. You fucking degenerate weirdo. I feel partly responsible for this. I just wanted to know how they say mine when. Here we are. Dance German dance. Is this where you look up Angela Merkel young? I mean, we could do that, but she's probably not particularly attractive based on what she looks like now. Although
she was a nudist in her youth, and there is
that
at least
explains
one picture where you can see her full frontal.
Yeah, that's a hard pass. I guarantee that's like looking at a fucking dying walrus.
It's her face. Her face is the problem.
Oh, she's got okay. So she had an okay body back in the day, but nowadays,
yeah,
not so much.
totally. She was very beautiful.
So she's a butterface.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, in all fairness, that's what that's what the old school question, "Hey, ugly, paper or plastic?" is for.
Can I post not safe for work stuff in the Discord?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, give me 1 second.
Guys, you're in for a treat now.
Oh, God.
I will make an NSFW channel. All right, text channel. We're gonna want to make a text channel, new channel. Let's call it NSFW just for. No, it's not private. Create channel. There we go.
Okay. Then.
That's just so we don't get fucking banned, because apparently Discord likes to monitor servers, and if you post NSFW without NSFW channels, you can get serious trouble. Not bad. She had an okay body.
Okay,
Yeah.
on the far right, is that her or is that Boris Johnson?
That's her. But she had a very nice body when she was young.
Yeah, I have to admit, she's not obese. She's got a nice hourglass shape to her. Her tits are all right. Not bad.
Yeah.
That face though, holy shit, dude.
Yeah, that face is hideous.
I would have to paper bag that woman even back then.
I think we Germans have the most ugly female politicians in the world.
That's a distinct possible. Who's the fucking hot little like white piece of ass that's out there all over social media? The female counterpart to North Korea. Like holy shit, I see her everywhere. The one with blonde hair and the military uniform.
You have to be drunk to appreciate it.
Of course, she has some levels.
Tifa. The only reason I knew about it was a friend of mine in Portland who was on their side. They fucking beat up for taking pictures, so I knew they sucked. Like, so he made me leave the room over that because his narrative was it's just like harmless lesbians. That's what he said. Just harmless lesbians marching, and he's like a minor noble. Do you know what I mean? Like all these people, they're like minor, like royalty. That's what celebrity is here. You're like minor royalty. So I've been like a joke butler my whole life to like, you know, all kinds of good. In fact, Chris, I'm helping with stuff right now. I didn't write on the awards, and I haven't talked to him.
You didn't write the joke that got him slapped?
No, dude, and I fucked up because he had texted me too that he needed stuff for the award show, and I just misread it, and I'm working on 2 shows and traveling.
What happens if you do write a joke that gets a comedian assaulted? Do you have to give them their money back, or? I'm just curious.
I don't know.
Hey, you just get a bonus. What are you talking about? This is great.
I don't think he expected that.
I agree.
The shit Chris could have said to Will Smith, that was such a light touched, like almost complimentary thing when he didn't know anything about her alopecia. He just thought, and so Will Smith saw her act like she didn't like it, and that's why he did that. He's probably very insecure. What with her? Did you watch that interview with her and him where she talks about?
We talked about it earlier with her.
Dude,
and the relationship.
I never watched it, but I'm gonna watch it. Right
I started to watch
show.
some of it. I couldn't
hard.
watch it.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh my God, he's demoralized.
He looks so demoralized.
And it's so fucking like I couldn't watch. I just saw. I'm like, oh, I can't watch this. It's like too much. And she like. So then Regina King made that joke. Meanwhile, Regina King's making a joke. You sent me that, right? From HuffPo, where she's like feeling the men up. Like Jason Momoa.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes me fucking
Is
sick.
it Regina King?
Yeah. And so
I thought it was Regina Hall. Oh no, it is Regina King. Holy shit.
Yeah. Well, that's a popular thing for these fucking rich broads in Hollywood, Amy included, that they think, no, it's totally cool to like. Now, I don't think that joke's particularly harmful. It's just galling to see somebody doing it who would be all, you should go hit a guy, feminist about
right.
Like the hypocrisy gets me more than where I'm like, you really, and that's across the board. It's okay when we do it. It's okay if my group does it. I guess ultimately that's my thing that I really can't stand. It's okay when we do it.
No, it is Regina Hall. You racist piece of shit. What do you think?
She's a fucking rapist. I don't care.
Are you saying they all look the same, Kurt?
There you go.
Racist piece of garbage.
I think it's pretty clear. I'm saying they all have the same name.
It's Regina. It's Regina Hall. She was the one that did the joke at the Oscars.
By they, I mean former alum of the Scary Movie series.
There you go.
My girlfriend is angry now because I didn't make a perverted statement at her. Damn it! I'm about to open palm this woman.
There you go. Well, we have like a million super chats to get through. But...
Yes, we got to let you go, Kurt. But thanks for coming on. Do you have any closing?
Oh yeah, dude, come back on my show. I got to do one soon when you have time from your.
Yeah, as soon as I'm done with the comic, I'll definitely jump in and do a show with you. So.
Oh yeah, all right. Thanks for having me on, guys. Anytime. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it.
Hey, wait. Did we change your mind?
Did
we win? Did we win you over? I mean, we made good arguments.
What were you arguing for?
We were arguing that America is not
America's the
unsalvageable.
America's the greatest country to ever exist in all of the universe. That's what we're arguing.
America's not unsalvageable. Let's make it manageable. So
no,
okay. No. I didn't say unsalvageable. I have no idea how that's going to happen because I don't think you have any power to do shit unless you're one of the top donors.
Imagination. Let's just imagine a world where it could happen, Kurt.
Okay, I was raised to believe that God was going to kill all of you like 20 years ago.
And it didn't happen.
Right. And
so we're in a better place.
Well, actually, maybe.
What kind of weird religion was he part of?
I believe he was formerly a practicing Jew.
Oh.
If I remember correctly, but I could be wrong about that.
I'm not aware of the Jews particularly teaching that there was
I was my understanding that
definitive end date.
Well, no. I just mean that, like, the idea of the apocalypse, the Gentiles being slaughtered because they're non-believers.
Yeah.
I think that's all that is. I don't think it's actually, like... I think he's being hyperbolic there.
Okay.
Like,
It's hard to tell with some people, so...
No. I'm pretty sure he's just being hyperbolic there.
America is a continent. Yes, it is. He mentioned Jehovah's Witness earlier. Oh my. Oh, my.
I don't know anything about their faith.
HB used to be a Jehovah's Witness.
I just know that they don't
they're
come
crazy.
to my...
They're fucking crazy. They're insane.
I just know that they don't come to my door
kind of
anymore
pretend to be a Christian splinter group or something, but really they're not, because they deny the divinity of Christ specifically. So
they are Duma.
They're also an apocalyptic cult.
Yeah, Duma.
Yeah.
They're actually not Christian. They're not a splinter of Christianity at all. They're not even remotely Christian.
They believe in the
an heretical cult
of Johannes.
live in South America, and it sucks.
I mean, I say I don't know that much about their belief system, but I've talked to a few of them. So
There was people say America, they just mean USA. Also, America is incontinent.
Also,
yes, very true.
Yes, America does shit all over the rest of the planet. Sometimes it's funny though, like legitimately.
God did kill us. Maybe we're all in hell. Did you ever consider that?
I don't know. I feel like I'm in an upside down fucking like crazy land. I mean, everybody. That's where Clown World meme came from. I mean, that's what it is. That sports, dude. That swimmer thing is the funniest shit. Like I've been doing a joke about it, about like when people have a problem with trans women are women, and I'm like, you know, personally, I think trans women are better than women. Like, I don't know if you watch sports, but they're like killing it. Like, it's not even fucking close. You know, I used to think women suck, but now.
Well, think about it. Think
that
about
should be
it.
the next slogan.
Meditate.
Trans women are better than women.
But the bottom line is, the thing that was good about America, a few people, and I hate to give it to the commies that were saying words like oligarch, but now if you're a fan of any, because a lot of these people that I go on the shows aren't fans of like nerd shit like I am, especially like if you see stuff with like comics or what they do. The comics, you know, your boy Zach, I was like his show.
Yeah.
The fucking comics they start putting out are like the propaganda we dropped on, like, remember we made a Muslim Spider-Man to drop on Iraq and Afghanistan?
I don't remember that. That's great.
Yeah, we did that when Obama was in. And then, so that same, like, we need to
I will feed her to the fucking coyotes if she keeps that shit up.
Einbrecht, she warns you, someone is shitting on your porch.
Yes, they've managed to get into my foyer and are now taking a heaping dump. And I will go out there with my crossbow, and then they will be startled and flee with diarrhea dripping from their butt cheeks.
That's the picture the Quaff should paint.
Yes.
Oh God. All right. I'll throw it at him.
These ignorant people, that's what they think of you. So now all these companies, it's not even capitalism. It's consumers don't want this shit.
But the woke people are doing that, and we're not letting them get away with it.
The what?
So. The woke people. Woke people are trying to do that. Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, you cut out. I thought you said rogue people.
No.
Well, woke's like the bottom line is it's so top down now. Like my podcast is on a channel, and a friend of mine has a podcast channel here that I think Tim Dillon was on. And I asked him who his competition was of podcast channel. He goes, just the one you're on. Everybody else is venture capital. So the reason TYT sucks so bad. I mean, I never liked TYT. I always fucking thought that guy was Baron Harkonnen and
what?
They're literally funded by Al Jazeera. That's why TYT is shit.
You know, you could fill in the rest from Dune. Sorry. They're all getting, he like lost a whole bunch of viewers and shit. Basically, they're getting venture capital. He got money from Katzenberg. He got like Quibi money. And so all this baffling shit where you're like, how are you making a profit on this thing nobody wants?
He's not making a profit. Yeah.
Well, they get more grant. Like,
yeah.
You actually have to fake with some tech companies now. I didn't know this. I found mind blowing. Because everything's about getting new rounds of venture capital. So they have to fake. Sometimes they accidentally make a profit some of these companies, and they have to cook the books to look like they didn't, so they can go
Oh.
for round B and C of rich people investing in them. And if you look at why most of the things suck, you'll be shocked at how much of it is an equity firm or whatever the fuck it's directly because of that. So when I think of capitalism, because I'm not a fucking nobody trained me how to be smart with that shit. I thought like, oh, you work and you get paid and you get to have some shit, and you know, like that's what I think the average person thinks of. But what these people think of is it's purely like the worst thing you could ever say about capital, like a grotesque parody in a commie's worst nightmare. That's who they are, and that's who is running shit. That's why they can't get remember the surprise billing thing that they were going to try to get rid of, where you have insurance, but you get a surprise bill for like $8,000 because your doctor went out of network.
Yeah, Trump tried to get rid of that.
Yeah, you know who stopped it? A fucking Democrat.
Yeah, Biden.
But a Republican would have if a Democrat didn't. They're all bought out. Nobody, like, I don't believe in AOC or any of these fucking people that they're all for show. And even if they weren't before, when they get there, it's still about their career. Like, well, my career, I can't do any good if I'm not here in my career. So nobody's going to be the one who nobody with the ambitions in that plate is going to be the one to do the shit that needs to be done. Because unfortunately, what happens, you Dr. Martin Luther Kings and such, they die.
All right, this was Black Pills with Kurt Metzger. Thank you for coming on, Kurt. If there's anyone left alive in the chat after
I think God smote us 20 years ago, and we're currently living in hell.
It sounds like it.
Now you know how Russia feels.
There you go. I like it.
We're gonna work on you, Kurt. Though we're gonna make a good American out of you sooner or later. So anyway, thanks for coming on.
Bye,
Thanks for
guys.
coming.
Neocon. Take care, man.
Okay, super chats.
Feces on the foyer.
Yep. I really don't want to listen to idiots read super chats.
You were great. You got a little trigger there. That was awesome.
A little triggered. That's putting it gently.
Really?
That was pretty triggered.
Oh man, I think we got some things. I mean, I think we pointed some contradictions out. We got him to rank order.
Yeah,
that was
well,
good.
not really. We didn't really. But
Well, he did say free democratic state was number one.
well, there you go.
He
There you go. That was
did
at
say
least
Puppet State of America is better than Puppet State of Russia. But
He didn't
did.
though. He took it back.
He walked it back, but he did.
I just
in his gut, he knew it was better.
Right.
That's
I
gonna
just
be a good one.
I don't understand why he. I mean, I guess I understand why he doesn't like woke shit. I mean, I understand completely why he doesn't like woke shit, but it's just they use literally the same arguments that he's using. They just kind of switch the subject around to be
Yeah, I
about
know.
race instead of class or whatever.
It was cool
Or,
how you tried to
common
work
people.
that in. How you were like, "You're just exactly like the fat lady with the pies, Kurt, but you don't realize it."
Well, listen, Kurt is not anywhere near the ballpark as fat, Lisa. Come on. I'll be
Right.
far more generous than that.
Of course not. Yeah.
I'm not Jon Stewart. Okay. I have a soul.
Press X to doubt on that one.
Yeah, hard doubt.
Post-national globalist technocratic dystopian nightmare fuel is what it is. Yes.
Yes, exactly, dude, man. That's gonna be a good one.
Dear Diary, absolutely fantastic news. Finally got my male enhancement pills. After years of trying to figure out if my weight killed my wee-wee, I can finally feel what it's like to be erect. Leave.
Yes. Also, that video I posted in private chat at the bottom, the second one.
Oh.
It's
what is this?
Funny as hell. Get ready to laugh. Get ready to laugh. This is some good shit. It's classic Pangea antics back in the day when like everything was still fun and the original split hadn't happened yet.
Yeah, it's crappy that we can't play music videos on YouTube.
It is. I hate it. But it's because of their content ID system.
Yeah, I know.
It's bullshit. What'd you think of the Panda Cheese commercials, Lassie?
Very weird way to advertise cheese, in my opinion, but it's funny.
It is. I just love the idea that if you besmirch the honor of Panda Cheese, this panda will show up and beat your ass.
Need a female voice for my next song. Can any of you ask Liam?
It's a pussy voice.
Fuck, I got killed.
Oh no! Don't tell us who did it. Okay, it was Yana Fui.
No, it wasn't me. No.
It was Yana Fui. I'm voting Yana Fui.
No. Can I at least defend me?
No, well you could try, but I still voted already, so I'm not changing my vote.
Oh, because I am minority.
Yes, you're the minority. You're a third of a vote, but you
No,
actually
what
do
for
live
me?
down south, I think.
Oh,
so
feel
this
sorry
must-
for this.
It's Mexican?
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
he's
This is not
Spanish.
inclusive game.
It's a very inclusive game. We're playing it.
No, you go for the marginalized guys. At the
Yana
front.
Fui, you got a vote, buddy. We all voted. It looks like.
Oh, okay.
Okay, here we go. Let's see who did it. Oh, 2 people voted that I was the person. Uh-oh.
No!
You were not the imposter. Oh, wait, I did.
What?
All right. We got 5 left.
Okay.
No!
Oh, no! Yana Fui didn't make it.
I saw killing someone.
Where
There's
was it?
Yana
Put it in
Fui.
the chat.
No, I'm telling the truth. I can't.
Yeah, sure
I
you
saw-
are, Yana Fui. Yana
why
Fui's
me?
a bad man.
No. I'm telling the truth. Look, that's like the other time. It's difficult to me to talk in
Wiggle,
English.
it's because I don't
No,
have a
I saw the
streaming card.
white guy. No, I saw it. Really. I'm not lying. Why
I
I
know.
would lie?
Because you...
What about the? Can we still join the Let's Play with code TOPS? What?
I don't know. That jerk flew over my head.
Because I'm minority. Why?
Yes, because
I
you're the
told
minority.
you.
You're the minority.
Respect the minority for one time.
I respect the minority all the time, sir. Except for a Lasmat. I think it's Yana Fui already.
No. Look. Okay, we have to stay together.
No, we don't.
If we don't. We're
Yana
gonna
Fui,
die.
you are highly suspect.
Why? I feel discriminated. Testify. This is not fun.
This is not fun. We've been playing it for over an hour now, so it's either really, really addicting or, you know what, you're following me again. I don't like it. Oh, wait. There's 2 dead bodies. I know who it was.
It couldn't be me because I was with you. You can.
I ignore those
that
things.
it's with me now.
I
You
didn't
can't.
notice.
No, don't say it.
Oh yeah, I ignore those.
Yana Fui's the bad man.
No, I was with you. You. Oh, come on, man! Don't do it.
I already voted. So why you guys voted me?
Okay, it's it has
Not,
to be
isn't it?
testify. I'm going to say testify. Testify did it.
Sure.
Yeah, testify did it.
It's Poopy Face or Yana Fui.
I didn't do anything. Testify, please. Leave me alone 1 second.
You act very guilty.
What? I tried to stay away from you, so
All
you
right,
can
let's
say
see.
anything about me.
Oh wow.
Rip.
Poopy Face got
There
right.
goes Poopy Face. Oh no!
That was awesome.
It's definitely Yana Fui.
No, why? I have to do something to be guilty,
You're guilty.
It's always Yana Fui. Every
Yana
time.
Fui's a bad man. He acts all innocent. Oh wait, he's following me again. I think he's gonna kill me. It's Yana Fui.
I didn't do anything.
He was following me around like a hawk, but I had people around me.
No, okay, I'm not. It was testify. It has to be him. He's trying to cover him.
Yano didn't do anything. Why do I have a feeling it might be Black Merc now? He was the first one to type. It's your vote. Uh-oh.
Why, Anafui?
No!
Oh, no. We got it. Was him. I knew it. I knew it.
I didn't kill any.
Okay, Mr. Castle has something he wants us to see. This is Aussiest interview ever.
Oh well, it's really quite funny. I was in bed sleeping at 2 o'clock this morning. My wife comes in and says, "Oh, the shop's been someone ran into the shop." And I said, "Oh, what?" So I jumped out of bed and all I had was my undies on. And I've walked out the front and I've seen the car smashed and I've seen the bloke walking back to the car. And so I've walked outside and I said, "Oh, what are you doing, mate? Like, you can't be leaving the scene." And he goes, "Don't be a hero, mate." And I said, "I'm not trying to be a hero, but the police are coming." And he just decided he'd scoot up the road. And I just said, "Nah, it's not going on like that, mate." So I jumped in my car and I started chasing him up the road. And then he went down a side street and then the police were coming. And I flashed them and sent them off in the direction of him. But, mate, all I had was me jocks on. I was chasing him up the street and I'm just like, mate, like...
Because you told me that this is your mate's shop and you didn't want him to get away.
Yeah, no. Well, my mate's mum's had this shop for like 40 odd years, and look at it. Look at it. What?
It's a mess, isn't it?
Beyond a mess. Oh, like words can't explain how it is, mate. Like.
Now, Daniel, you managed to put some pants on in the meantime.
Output looks like
Good to
shit.
hear.
I do not understand
Do you
why.
feel like a hero?
Not really. It's just something you got to do for the community, mate. It's like you look after your mates, and your mates will always look after you.
There you go. Good attitude. There you go, guys.
Me, I guess.
Daniel, quite the
I don't know.
Australian hero here this morning. As for the owners of the fish and chip shop, well, they are insured, but there is a big mess to clean up this morning.
Oh, wouldn't you like to live next door to Daniel?
Aussie of the day.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Jess, what Daniel needs to realise, Daniel, if you can hear me, you know all good superheroes wear their jocks on the outside, so it kind of fits the brief, pardon the pun.
Yeah, but I had nothing on bar me jocks.
Yeah, Lisa.
Well, you missed that bit of the uniform, but that's okay. You're a hero in our eyes.
Wow.
Well done, Daniel.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks a lot, guys.
Goes to show what you can achieve in your underwear.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Jessica Millwood. Check in with you again shortly.
Good Lord, that is deeply Australian.
Yeah, what I really hate is that it's like you said, 720 to 240. It's like it's the video element though. Like I'm looking at it on YouTube, the border and our avatars and everything look fine. It's just that the video part of the time, some of the videos that we're showing look like shit on YouTube, and some of them look fine. And they all look fine in StreamYard, which really pisses me off because I'm pretty sure that the StreamYard recording reflects what it looks like on YouTube and not what it looks like in StreamYard. So the recording is going to be shit too. Oh well. Never realized how annoying the Aussie accent was.
The fuck is this idiot?
All right, so I imagine Helmet's probably ready for bed.
Yeah,
It is
Very.
almost 4 a.m. where he is, I believe.
Yes, you're right.
Excuses get good. God, it's the leader of what?
Gondwana, I demand better.
Okay. And only part of the time does it flash the little thing saying the internet is unstable or whatever, or connection is unstable. What are you doing tomorrow, Helmet?
We celebrate the 15th birthday of my nephew.
Ah.
And we celebrate Easter.
Ah.
So we will have a feast.
Awesome.
And the
What-
kids will search for the Easter eggs from the bunny.
And what kind of meat are you having?
My mother does a lasagna for everyone, but
Lasagna. Okay.
But I wanted something different. I get lamb with
okay.
fried potatoes in a garlic.
Eat the
sauce.
bunny and smoke a sausage. I didn't know if y'all had traditional dishes for Easter over there or not. Usually over here, ham is fairly traditional.
It depends. A lot of
I guess that's a celebration of being Christian. It's like, yeah, we don't have to live by that fucking no pork rule. Fuck that.
No.
We're having a pig.
You can eat pork, but mostly goose or lamb or rabbit.
Yeah, Easter lasagna sounds good too.
Yeah, that's from the Italian part of my family. My father is from Napoli.
The other side of the axis. Gotcha.
Yeah. I'm half German, half Italian.
Remember, it's rabbit season. Well read, he lays eggs that are rotten like rats. Okay, that's okay. Dear Diary, it's Easter here in Australia. Like it isn't any place else. That's exactly the kind of thing that he'd write.
It is.
I thought to wear the bunny suit and go down to the local park. I'll put the eggs in a super secret place. But let's just say the kids will find 2 eggs easy. Lee. Oh, God. Oh.
I mean, he put his testicles in the bunny pouch. Sounds like it.
If he finds them.
Cut them out and
he's
paint
bloated
'em up.
lately.
He's what?
He's bloated lately.
Oh,
He's
is he?
getting fatter.
Well, doesn't that happen when you lose your balls? You can't.
Maybe he ate all the puppies and then Gus the gutter bird.
And Brett, what are you doing for Easter?
I'm going to make a stew, and then tomorrow I will have stew for breakfast.
Stew for breakfast, okay. What?
I don't eat beef stew, basically.
Beef stew.
Yeah. I don't do normal breakfast. I just do fucking. I largely eat like
lunch for breakfast, or supper for breakfast.
Lunch and supper. I don't do breakfast meals. I don't believe in fucking cereal and all that other shit anymore. I mostly, whenever I want like something specifically breakfast related, I'll
do
do
you
like
ever
bacon
do
and
breakfast
eggs.
for supper?
Occasionally. There are some times where I'll just boil up a couple eggs and have some toast and slice of bacon.
Yeah, my grandmother believed in being a good host, so back in the day, she used to keep a thing of pancake batter ready in the fridge at all times, so that if anybody showed up, you could have hot cakes and eggs.
Nice.
I can watch your 9 hours videos, and you could not finish my 5-minute video. We did 5 minutes of it. We did exactly 5 minutes of your video. Also, Einbrecht is the only one who finds you funny. No, is he?
No,
I think it's just I was the only one laughing at the time. Sent you my latest masterpiece to show on stream, Alassi.
Oh.
Now, is this a masterpiece or a masturbation piece?
Send it to Einbrecht. I'll let him share it. He's
okay.
Better at sharing pictures.
I shall wait for it to arrive.
We'll flash it very briefly. It is a transformative work.
Liam Gray.
Flag it.
Fat flag it with bitch tits. Yes, I've seen this. It's funny. Share screen, window. Let's do Brave tab right there. Share. Oh, no, that's not going to work. Okay. That, however, will work. Share screen. There we go.
That's a perfect it's a perfect outline for a nice little costume for him to wear.
It is.
Super Liam.
We can call him Balsifer.
The dictator of Australia.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps you can come on sometime and supply funny.
Yes, indeed.
So, I mean, you said breakfast. Is that like all you're doing tomorrow? Are you?
Oh no. I don't really.
Eyes, nose, and mouth make the perfect outline of dick balls.
Yeah, pretty much. I don't usually do much on Easter. I usually just because I don't have any kids or anything, right?
Yeah, I'm probably doing nothing.
Yeah.
Wind up making ramen or something because every place in town will be closed.
I'll throw my triple boob and defeat the Guns record.
Okay.
Yeah, dude, that picture of the Ralpha Jew is hilarious.
We might have to save that for one of our Twitch streams.
That was some funny shit.
So, did you guys want to do the alternate history EFAP sometime? And if so, when?
I'm totally open, but I have to look if I have time. You can hit me in the DMs with certain dates, and we can talk about it.
Okay.
Ralph will be getting oiled up by Liam. Albrecht maybe self-flagellating after breakfast. Give him a break. Is that a new term for jerking off? Boobception. Yeah, fucking holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's apparently what some of the what the fuck were they called? The priests of Galley or something?
The Opus Dei guys do self-flagellating.
The Canaanites or whatever. It's like they used to apparently they used to
whip
have a big old party, and then some of them would cut their nuts off and throw them through some unsuspecting person's window, and that person had to give them the clothes and jewelry and shit to look like a harlot or something, and then they went and lived in the temple.
That is fucking weird.
Wow. These people were fucking nuts. Oh, absolutely insane. Amber Turd comments.
Amber Turd comments. Yeah,
Tug
that
plug
bunnies.
Oh.
Man, fucking. Oh God. I think I might commission Quaff for a one-page comic when he has time, and I'll have him do fucking Mr. Medicare, like turning up with a fucking shotgun and taking out Ethan, Ralph, and Liam, who are oiling each other up.
cutting nuts off. When did Liam show up? Oh. Well, there's another thing. I guess, dig into some kind of historical reference or something. I think there's a bas relief of that type of priest or whatever. Quaff could do Liam as one of those eunuch priests.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Well, I mean, there's not really anything that we're forbidden from using music videos. That fucking sucks. There's not really much I can offer to leave on.
Used to test the intro.
Yeah, we'll have to do that. Oh, all right. Thank you for joining us, everybody, and we will see you next time.
Dead air, yeah. I'm breaking up dead air, yeah.